Test.
Yeah. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. When speaking, be sure and speak directly into a microphone so that all comments are heard and the record of the meeting is accurate. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is the current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public may submit comments by email prior to noon on the day of the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of the meeting. The public will have an opportunity to provide brief comments in person or virtually from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building during the meeting. When speaking, please state your name and city of residence for the record. Comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call the meeting of the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee for Monday, July 13th, 2026 to order. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Roll call. Bradley Lopez. Hill.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Burns.
Here.
Lopez.
Here.
Hump.
Here. Thank you, Clerk. Are there any revisions to the agenda this evening?
There are no revisions tonight.
Thank you. Our first order of business is the approval of minutes from our meeting of May 18th, 2026. Is there a motion for approval?
Move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Hump.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you, Clerk. The meetings have been approved, or the minutes have been approved, excuse me. Committee agenda, we have several items on our agenda this evening. Item 4.1. The first item on our agenda is adoption of a resolution for Public Works Department Solid Waste Division for the 5-year solid waste management plan. There is a request to fast track this item to the July 16th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting. I will now recognize Diana Miles, Director of Solid Waste, for presentation and remarks.
Good evening. I'm Diana Miles, the Solid Waste Manager, and today we're requesting approval of this 5-year solid waste management plan. The plan was reviewed and approved by the Solid Waste Management Plan Committee before being brought to you. I'll begin with providing a quick overview of the plan requirements. The Solid Waste Management Plan is required by KDHE. This plan is updated every 5 years, and every year we come to the commission and provide an annual update. The plan requirements do require us to include the population, disposal and diversion data, identifying the facilities and services, changes to the solid waste system, a plan for recycling and source reduction, a method for financing the selected system, and goals and implementation strategy. And with that, I will hand it over to Emma Billings from Burns and McDonnell.
Thanks, Diana. Emma Billings, Burns and McDonnell. I'm going to get into what the plan is about. We are covering Wyandotte County, which includes Kansas City, Kansas, Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, and that small portion of Lake Quivira. The materials covered in this plan include trash, recycling, composting, and bulky items. And we will go over some services and programs such as residential curbside services, commercial and multifamily, C&D, drop-off programs, and education and outreach. So first we can go over some numbers. So for our current system of generation and diversion, you can see on the left here that this is the total generation in 2024. For the county, we can see that commercial generation makes up about 42%, followed by residential at about 35%, and C&D debris at 23%. And so if we break this down by total diversion of material type, we can see that refuse makes up the largest amount at 76% of total generation, and followed by C&D debris still at that 23%, and recycling at just 1%. And so from this, we can calculate the county recycling rate at about 4% compared to the national average of 32%. And so going over residential curbside collection, we just want to highlight the different services offered in each city of the county. So we want to highlight both the non-cart services that were existing in KCK beforehand, which was weekly collection, no carts provided, personal carts or containers were used by residents, and that goes the same for recyclables. For yard waste, this was commingled with refuse for landfill disposal, and for bulky items, this was weekly collection. Now, for KCK on the cart pilot program, this changes a little bit for weekly collection in 96-gallon carts, the same for recyclables. Yard waste, weekly collection in compostable bags or bundles with a 10 bundle limit. And bulky items still collected weekly, but up to 3 items per week. And so we can see that this aligns a little bit more with the other cities of the county, like Bonner Springs and Edwardsville. We see carts typically in most cities for solid waste collection. So Bonner Springs, that weekly collection in now like 96-gallon carts. Recyclables bi-weekly in the same size cart, and weekly collection, no bags or bundle limit. Bulky items are collected by the provider upon a request for a fee. And that's similar in Edwardsville as well, with no service for yard waste. And so we can also see on the right here, the 2020 plan implementation successes. We want to go over that because a lot was done since the previous 2020 plan. So the county was able to establish the enterprise fund, the KCK establishment of a cart-based pilot program. So this was a transition to carts, yard waste collection in those paper bags, like I mentioned, and a call-in system for bulky item collection. And this just makes the system a little more logistically friendly. And we also want to highlight Bonner Springs' new contract with a cart-based system and how that has been going well. So for commercial and multifamily, these are a little bit different from our typical residential services. They are conducted on the open market, but no real regulations or limited or unknown recycling access. And that goes the same for multifamily, as the waste generated or multifamily complexes is collected in the same manner of commercial, as in dumpsters, rather than typical curbside collection. So for 2020 plan implementation success, there wasn't a ton of progress on this front because we were focused on the residential cart-based program, but recommendations for this sector include licensing haulers, requiring businesses to have trash service, and providing education and outreach. So for county drop-off programs, we're just going to highlight all of the county programs that are going on. So UG and KCK programs, the Recycling and Yard Waste Center, HHW facility, and dumpster days. Bonner Springs and Edwardsville have participation through interlocal agreements of these facilities. And we can see the success of the previous plan being the completion of a compost feasibility study in 2021, implementation of those dumpster days for drop-off of bulky items, which have been very successful, and continuation of monthly HHW collection events. So now we can go into each of these a little bit deeper. So for the Recycling and Yard Waste Drop-Off Center, they had about 6,600 participants in 2024. 28% of those were for recycling and 71% for yard waste, little less than 1% for mulch participants. And the majority of these participants are from KCK, although there are also Bonner Springs and Edwardsville participants. On the right here, we can see the recycling and yard waste drop-offs accepted materials. The majority comprised of yard waste at about 317 tons, followed by recycling about 162 tons in 2024. And this is a little down from previous years, but we can see recycling slightly up and yard waste just varies year to year, depending on different storm debris management or droughts, things like that. So not uncommon. For dumpster days, we saw a participation of about 634 participants in 2024. And on the right, you can see the accepted tonnage for 2024, majority being dumpster disposal for those bulky items, e-waste, and bulky reuse. And again, you can see some of those dips, but still see that collecting quite a bit of tonnage and a successful program. And finally, for the household hazardous waste drop-off, This saw a participation of about 1,000 participants in 2024. And again, on the right for this time in pounds, the accepted materials in 2024 being a little over 100,000, and that stays pretty steady across the years. So all these programs very heavily utilized and doing well. So this leads me to my recommendations or our recommendations for the plan. And we do these by sector. So for residential curbside collection, the recommendation of the plan is to roll the CARTS pilot program out citywide in KCK. For commercial and multifamily, a bit of the same from the previous plan of commercial hauler licensing, diversion requirements at Chief Stadium Complex, business license requirement for solid waste removal, and improving building permits to include enclosures. For public education and outreach, continuing current education and outreach efforts, these were very successful and do very well over the past 5 years since our 2020 plan, and addressing illegal dumping through a public campaign. For construction and demolition, this is lead by example and C&D diversion requirements. And finally, for recycling and yard waste drop-off center, the recommendations of the plan are to modify acceptance criteria to prohibit overuse of landscapers, enhance site safety and efficiency, consider increasing hours of operation, continue to consider food scrap diversion, and continuing to explore building an organic/compost facility. For dumpster days, this recommendation is to simply continue doing the events. They are utilized and we could continue doing them. For the HHW facility, continue monthly collection events, pursuing grant funding opportunities, improvements to facility operations, and considering more frequent hours of operations. Just some logistical recommendations to finish this up.
We will take any questions.
Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? I will start with Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For just the community, how is the committee chosen and selected?
The committee is selected by the mayor. Mayor Watson appointed all of the members. The committee does have Edwardsville and Lake Wabeara that appoints someone to represent them, and so does Bonner Springs.
Okay, perfect. And with this may or may not be an easy question to answer. Of all of the solid waste we have received or we have collected and done, do we know how much, what portion of that is been contributed to illegal dumping? And that's probably a very hard question to answer.
Yes, no, I do not have that information.
Okay, because I know it is continuing to be, an issue throughout our community. And so I think I really like that we're continuing a public campaign to help, losing my words, fight against that.
Yes, I understand. In the past, I think because solid waste has funded the disposal for illegal dumping, it was not really tracked. But this year, with the help of the budget department, we're able to code it differently so we can start to track that for the year. So we really don't have the accurate numbers as of right now for the solid waste disposal.
And I think that's awesome, or that we are going to start tracking it now in some way, shape, or form, just so that we do have that data on hand at some point. So thank you for all you do.
Commissioner Burns.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want you to know that I am not a managing partner of Burns and McComb. So if anybody thought so, that is not true due to the rumors. Thank you. And thank you for your efforts, all of you. You've done a very good job.
Thank you, Commissioner, for putting the rumors to bed. Any further questions from the commission? I have a couple questions. I'll start with the recycling data. I know that what was on the slide was from 2024. Obviously, with our phase 2 cart rollout, we have been providing recycling bins to the people in phase 1 and phase 2. Do we have any updated data? Are we seeing any trends? I mean, 4% when the average recycling nationwide is 32%. Just curious if we have any additional information.
We do not have additional information. When we began starting then developing this plan, it was too early to get the 2025 numbers. And it is also difficult to track just because I get it. It would be easier to track once the city is carded and we would know the increase. We can't just say it's because it's carded. But we could look at the numbers, and if we were to pull those numbers and get that from Waste Management, we could share that with you.
Sure, thank you. And I can just say, anecdotally, I recycle more since I got my cart, so I'm hoping that more folks in the community are as well. Can you talk a little bit about I saw on the recommendation, business licenses for solid waste removal and license for haulers. What does that mean?
Yeah, Emma Billings, Burns and McDonnell. So for the commercial hauler's license, we see this typically in cities, just establishing that a hauler is going to specifically service commercial or multifamily properties. It's a way to track certain data points for that then commercial and multifamily tonnages and if they want to participate in that. So, and business license requirements for solid waste removal, that's just, again, saying that these commercial entities are going to participate in commercial and multifamily specific collection.
Thank you. And that's not something we're currently doing, is that right?
Not from what I understand. I think the other thing too would be enforcing that a little more of businesses utilizing commercial services as well.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, Lopez District 6. So when you're talking about your haulers, commercial, are you talking about DOT? Does DOT get involved with that too?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. It would just be any commercial hauler that is doing business in KCK.
Okay. Well, they still have to have DOT numbers.
It might be required to, but that'd be separate from.
I got you. Okay.
Right.
Any further questions or comments from the committee? I'm seeing none. Clerk, did we receive any comments from the public on this item?
No comments were received.
Thank you. Is there anyone online from the public who wishes to speak to this item?
There are no hands raised.
Is there anyone in person who wishes to speak to this item? If so, please step up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence. I am seeing none. I will now entertain a motion to approve or a motion in general for the 5-year solid waste plan.
Make a motion to approve this resolution and fast track it to July 16th meeting.
Hill second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Comp.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4.2, the next item on our agenda is approval of an ordinance relating to Chapter 35, traffic unlawful operation of a micro utility truck. I will recognize legal staff for presentation and remarks, and when legal completes their presentation, I'm happy to give a little more context to this as well.
Good afternoon, Aaron Morris, UG Legal Department. So this is a proposed ordinance amendment that came at the request of Commissioner Comp after discussion with the constituent, as I understand it. So this ordinance amendment, sorry, how do I get? So what this does is 2 different things. One of them is more of a housekeeping item. It would update our definition of a micro utility truck to match that of the state, and it also includes the state reference to the state's definition. And these are the type of vehicles we're talking about, the micro utility trucks here. The bulk of this amendment, giving some background on this, the state prohibits the use and operation of micro utility trucks. unless authorized by the city. And as it stands right now, our ordinance states that these micro utility trucks are unlawful unless authorized by the unified government. But it appears we never created that procedure for authorization. So what this ordinance would do, and I don't know why I can't advance the slide. Anyways, what, instead of, there we go. Yeah. As you can see, what it would do, instead of saying unless authorized by the unified government, it would allow for the use of these micro utility trucks within the bounds of the city, so long as they comply with state required equipment statutes, the driver has a valid driver's license, and the vehicle is insured.
Thank you, Aaron. And that is the crux of what I ran into. A constituent reached out, asked about, hey, I see the code says we have to be authorized. Who do I talk to? After some back and forth with various departments, we realized there is no way to authorize. So this is a kind of a housekeeping in a lot of ways to just get our code consistent with state law and to provide a mechanism to operate these vehicles if people so choose. Do we have any questions from the committee? Commissioner Lopez.
Lopez, District 6. So, I mean, I have one of these. I mean, they're awesome for the ranch and stuff, but I've never really, I guess I took it on the road just to get to another gate, but as long as you can tag it and you have your insurance, obviously to get the tags, what's the problem? You know, as far as in Wyandotte County, you might,
Well, based on the current city ordinance, you would need unified government authority to do so. This would just clear that up, that you don't have to worry about that.
well, I'm just saying that, you know, you buy any vehicle. I mean, there's vehicles smaller than those that are those authorized in Wyandotte County as well? I mean, they're tagged.
Well, so the state of Kansas has decided for whatever reason to regulate these vehicles differently. And so the statute by the state says that they are not permitted unless expressly permitted by the city. And so it's just reviewed.
I'm wondering if folks are pulling trailers that are probably too heavy, that thing needs to be pulling down the road. And I'm wondering if that's where it's coming from. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And yeah, what this amendment will do is you buy it, tag it, license it, and it's insured, then you can drive it on city roads. So that's what we're trying to resolve. Commissioner Hill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. It says in your document, it can exceed 40 miles. What was the whole emphasis for that?
Are you referring to the definition of the micro utility
Okay.
truck?
It's on where it says section 35.1, where the vehicles at the bottom.
Oh, yeah, that is just a requirement by the state of Kansas to be classified as a micro utility truck. It has to be able to exceed 40 miles an hour.
Okay.
The concern is for slow moving vehicles being a traffic hazard, but these micro utility trucks are capable of moving faster to not impede traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? I'm seeing none. Clerk, do we have any comments on this item from the public?
No comments were received.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak to this item?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone in public who wishes to speak to this item? If so, please approach the podium. I am seeing none. I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Ramirez to approve and a second from Commissioner Burns. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez. Burns.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Kump.
Aye.
Vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4.3, the next item on our agenda is a presentation on the desire for a sidewalk by Avery Jones, community organizer for Bike Walk KC. She will present for the community's desire for a sidewalk near TA Edison Elementary School, current activities in their mission and funding efforts they are making with outside grants. I will recognize Avery Jones, community organizer for Bike Walk KC, for presentation and remarks.
Oh, and you can press yours. Great. Hello, thank you for having us. I'm Avery Jones,
Hi, everyone. My name is Ellen Edgar.
and we're presenting today about traffic safety and what it would mean for Friendship Heights, which is a neighborhood in KCK in the 3rd District, near TA Edison Elementary. We have some parents from TA Edison Elementary and other neighbors who live in Friendship Heights who also are going to speak just about the general desire for sidewalks and safer streets. Oh, it was like, okay. So who we are and why are we here? I'm community organizer with Bike Walk KC, and Bike Walk KC in general just wants the metro to be a place where people don't have to drive to thrive, and where streets are safer, and where we're not constantly getting calls about, oh, someone was hit on their bike or walking, or a child trying to get to school. So we just want to make Kansas City streets, which are some of the worst in the nation, including KCK and KCMO, just safer for people to be able to live, and cars not being the main focus of what we build for. And so we work with TA Edison this year, a full range of our program with teaching kids how to ride bikes in their gym classes, teaching them how to cross the street safely, while also on the advocacy side, working with parents in the neighborhood on just what they want to see to make it safer for kids to do that. Ellen started a bike bus, which she can tell you more about. And yeah, that's how Bike Walk KC got involved.
Yes, so once again, my name is Ellen Edgar. I am the president of the Friendship Heights Neighborhood Association, which is a newly formed neighborhood group through Livable Neighborhoods KC. And we really formed around this issue. We have a lot of traffic that goes primarily on Locust, which is the main thoroughfare to get for kids living in the neighborhoods and from one of the apartment complexes in the neighborhood to get to school. All parents have to go in and out of that same corridor, all the school buses, and any walkers also have to cross through the same intersection. We noticed that no kids were biking, even though the school had a place to store bikes safely. And there was a lot of interest from students in riding their bikes. And actually, when we started our bike bus, we were a small group, we were biking past the other students that were walking, and they said, "What? We can ride our bikes to school?" And so we're really trying to promote like that active transportation and getting to know your neighbors while you do it. So my role primarily started out as just a parent at the school who was walking my kids and thought that there could be some improvements in the safety. I applied for a grant through Safe Routes to School Kansas. I didn't get the grant, but we did get connected with Bike Walk KC, which has been great. And then we've been working for about a year, starting up our neighborhood association and getting everything going and encouraging more walking safety on the way to school.
And if you see the image on the screen, that was the Bike to School Day that happened in the spring for TA Edison. And so many students were riding. I think it was like 50 students riding their bikes, just happy. And like she said, never really considering that they could, even though they all live near. So we just want to make that safer for people who do want to keep that option. And so our first ask was for a sidewalk on Locust, like Ellen said, from South 10th Street to South 9th Place, because I don't know if you can see right there, there's kids who are constantly walking up and down there, and it's kind of like a hill, which also makes sight a little difficult to get to school because so many people live and take that street to get to and from. And so you'll just see groups of students huddled on the side and watching out for cars, and there's crossing guards and all of that. But students should never have to be put in that position. And so the first ask was for a sidewalk there, and then eventually an entire sidewalk network, just to make things more connected, because one sidewalk doesn't solve the entire issue. And then third, there's also really dangerous intersections where we took surveys and talked to residents, and especially the intersection at 9th and Locust, they just saw lots of speeding, and speeding that had close calls with pedestrians pretty often. So it's just a hot spot intersection along with a few others. So those were our main priorities. Oh, here's a video, actually. Let's see if this plays if I press. Okay. It might not. Well, you can describe what's happening.
So this is a few blocks back from the school, which is at 10th and Locust. As you can see, there's cars backed up quite a ways because in the morning, between people traveling to the apartments that they also access via this same intersection, and parents dropping off their kids at school, school buses. I think in the previous picture, you could see the milk delivery truck. There's just a lot of traffic and sometimes it gets quite backed up. So in this one, you can see the kids, how they have to kind of navigate. There's not a lot of space there. So they end up walking in people's yards, in the ditch, anywhere to keep safe from the cars.
Right. And for the sidewalk that we just saw could have been there for the child walking to school, we had people from the city staff, I put their names, Devin, Alyssa, and Christopher met with us, thankfully, and estimated that the cost would be around $40K just for materials and then the curb and gutter and the cost of labor and have 3 ADA ramps. So that's what we're working with for costs there. And a little bit about the efforts that have happened so far. Ellen can speak to how a lot of the motivator for the neighborhood association was around this topic.
Yeah, so I mentioned that kind of on the first slide when I was first talking, but we're continuing to spread the word about our neighborhood group. And even today I was out handing out flyers and met several people who were kind of like, well, what are you going to do? And I was like, well, this is kind of what we've been working on. And they said, oh my gosh, that's so great because this is just such a dangerous neighborhood to walk in. People are speeding. We really need a lot of work on the infrastructure in this area. And I also mentioned applying for the Safe Routes to School grant already. Do you want to talk about the letter to the mayor or do you want?
Oh, yeah, and we might hear more about it later, but this is a picture that was spawned because of a letter that Xander, a first grader at TA Edison Elementary, who is here, wrote to Mayor Crystal Watson saying, inspired by the programs that were happening with like pedestrian safety at the school, saying we should have safer sidewalks. And he was like, I'm just gonna call the mayor send a letter to the mayor. And the mayor saw it on her desk and replied and said she wanted to bring out some of the first graders and other students just to see a sidewalk being poured. So they got to see that and experience it, and it kind of ignited more desire to have that in their neighborhood. So really cool.
And then with our neighborhood group this fall, we're working on gathering signatures of support from neighbors in the area. We've got several people lined up to get started with that in the upcoming month.
And here's just a little bit more background on why we think it's so important. We think that investing in the infrastructure on the east side of KCK would do a lot to repair some of the historic disinvestment. And we think this is the perfect neighborhood to kind of get that started because there's so much engagement and so much desire already. And it's perfect timing because Vision Zero and Safe Streets are kind of like emerging in KCK. So it's aligning with the city's goals and the city's funding, hopefully too. And then also, as the metro has been trending lately, especially in 2026 and late 2025, with just higher rates of pedestrian fatalities and cyclist fatalities, even as traffic or driver-related crashes have been decreasing, pedestrian and cyclists have been increasing, and children have been the victims of a lot of that. So it's just a time where we have to be preventative, where we see an issue could be brewing. And again, so many students live really close to the school and walk or would like to walk with the bike bus and potentially a walking bus. It's just a perfect neighborhood for walking to be a priority, or sidewalks and crosswalks to be a priority. And we hope we can recreate this moment. This is when the sidewalk was being poured, recreate it in Friendship Heights, have the kids come out and see a sidewalk that will benefit them, that they can walk on, and that'll just make them feel safer. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Avery and Ellen. Before I open it up to questions, I have a few questions and comments myself. First, I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate the parents who are here as well. I know this is an issue that we've been working on for a little while now, and it's an extremely important one for a number of reasons. Obviously, primarily is safety for pedestrians and specifically children near a grade school, but also it encourages activity and being out and active, which I think that's a great goal to achieve. How many bike bus users, if you had to estimate, do you think you have?
So we started the bike bus about a month before the end of the school year. We started out with 4, and by the end of the school year, we had 8, and we had more kids who were interested, but I think the timing was just because of the school year ending. I anticipate that we will have a larger group next time because we had, I think, over 50 students participate on Bike to School Day. We also had 2 students who started riding their bike every day after the Bike to School Day event.
Very cool. I wanted you guys to be here to present for this specific area, but also to highlight, the trend overall in our community. There's a desire for walkability and safety for pedestrians. I am very pleased to say that with respect to the 40,000 that you had referenced, we did allocate funding through one of our subcommittees for that sidewalk. However, I want this to be kind of the start of a larger conversation for safer pedestrian access citywide. With that, I will take any questions from the committee or comments. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was very excited to have voted for the American Royal, the subcommittee funding for this project. For the other, first question going to go to Dr. Knieven. I know I have brought this up in the past. For our 50-50 sidewalk program, was it funded this year?
Thank you, Commissioner. Shelley Knieven, CFO. It was not funded this year, and I'm waiting back for some answers. I believe they had some rollover funding available, which I've not been able to get back to you because I'm waiting on the amount. But in the past, what Commissioner Ramirez is talking about is that in the UG or in Kansas City, Kansas, the property owner is responsible for the sidewalks as opposed to the jurisdiction. But we did have a program where we would do 50-50 so that the property owner, like, let's say a part of it was broken. It just had, over time deteriorated, and we could split the cost with them. So that's another avenue that we could also continue exploring, adding funding to that to encourage that in the future.
Thank you. So that, I think that this situation sparked that conversation with Dr. Knieven initially about that 50-50 program. And that it's an avenue and discussion I want to continue having, but also have more discussions with the neighborhood, with Bike Walk KC and other organizations of seeing of how we can find more additional funding. Because as was stated, just for this piece of sidewalk, it's 40,000. That's a lot. And that's a lot for families to be able to pay for. And so be more than willing to help work with you guys to find additional funding, other partners who'd be able to help in this, work with Commissioner Kump as well, since he's the at-large, and try to get to complete the dream of having a sidewalk system in that area. It's very beneficial and important. So I'm more than willing to and happy to work with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you. Has the school district shown any interest to help you on this?
The school has been extremely supportive. We've been working with the principal and with the teachers, and they have offered a lot of support for us, both in giving us the numbers we need to apply for grant funding and in having Bike Walk KC come in and work with the students. I haven't talked to the school district beyond our immediate school, but I will mention that there are several bus drop-offs also kind of in the area around the end of the school day, which adds more students into the mix of people who are walking. So I think there's a possibility to talk to some of the middle and high schools as well.
Well, I would ask them for financial assistance. I mean,
Yeah, good thought. Yeah, we just haven't gotten to that crossing yet, but I think it's a good timing to loop them in and see if they're able to offer something.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one comment. I really appreciate you all sharing on today. And I think safety for our children is one of our primary concerns. And I believe sidewalks is sidewalks part of infrastructure? And that's part of our goals with the commissioner and the mayor. So I'm looking forward to encouraging these types of conversations followed with action and money. So just want to say thank you for the presentation, not just in this school and this particular school area. There are several other schools too without sidewalks in their area. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. Commissioner Lopez.
Lopez District 6, I was just thinking maybe you guys should explore the conversation with our library board as well. These kids, even in the summertime, would like to ride their bikes to the library.
Mhm.
I know they have a bunch of money sitting in reserves too, but all right, thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, clerk, is there anyone who has submitted comments from the public on this item?
We do have a few comments that were submitted. I'll start with Ashland Marking. I'm in favor of creating safer streets around TA Edison and for the surrounding neighbors. I do not have a child enrolled at Edison, but I live directly across the street. I have 2 young children that like to play in the front yard. I'm constantly worried about the traffic because I regularly see people blow through the stop sign at the intersection, speed and swerve on the street. There's a telephone pole in front of our house, and on 2 separate occasions, someone crashed into it from reckless driving. The street also gets very crowded when the school buses are parked there. I often get blocked in my driveway or have to maneuver around several cars stuck behind the buses. There are a lot of kids walking, and having that much traffic doesn't seem safe. I would love for our streets to feel like a safer place to walk and play in the yard. I am grateful to Avery Jones and Ellen Egger for bringing attention to the issue, and they have my full support. Thank you. Next is Kathy Freeman. We do not have sidewalks for children to walk home from school. It is a concern for before and after school. Next comment is from Laura Rowlands. Sidewalks would be very nice for all the little kids that walk to school down Locust Street. My son walks frequently to school, and they have a bike bus group they do through the neighborhood. With the amount of cars that go down Locust Street, I think having sidewalks would be a very beneficial to help keeps the kiddos safe. Next comment, Juliana Ladd. Good evening. My name is Juliana Ladd, and my family is riding in support of more sidewalks in the Friendship Heights neighborhood surrounding TA Edison. My son, Sander, just finished first grade and has been our jumpstart into this advocacy. After being a part of Bike Walk KC's pedestrian safety classes, he came home one day asking why there weren't more sidewalks in our neighborhood, as they help bring about much more safety when biking and walking to school. This spurred letter writing to Mayor Watson, who listened and invited the whole first grade class to attend a local sidewalk pouring. Even though it wasn't exactly what he was asking for, he was so thrilled to see the efforts of using his voice for change. We have also participated in the bike bus for Bike to School Day, but biking with a bunch of kids in a neighborhood without sidewalks does prove difficult. The Friendship Heights Neighborhood Group has been hard at work putting together a proposal for sidewalks with a plan and ideas for grants, and it's been so beautiful and inspiring to see so many people coming together for the betterment of neighborhoods. Sidewalks really are the great connector of communities. Knowing we have a community of kids that want to get outside to get exercise and use alternative transportation to school is more than we could ever hope for, and we will hope you will consider funding this neighborhood project. Chair, that is all the comments I received.
Thank you, clerk. Is there anyone appearing, did I ask online? Is there anyone appearing online who wishes to speak on this item? I'm sorry.
There is a hand raised online. Ava Garcia Mesa. Go ahead and unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Eva Garcia Meza, Kansas City, Kansas. So I just wanted to say that I think this is a great idea and also kind of point to this is a need outside of just this area, right? I can absolutely appreciate the effort that's happening. But I will say in the Turner School District, we also have something called the walking school bus. And that's a similar program to what this district is talking about, to where they ask for children that are interested in walking and they create very specific walking routes. And it's because there is no sidewalk. So I absolutely love this idea. I think it can be implemented outside of just where this is at. So I think I would be in full support of supporting something like this.
That was all the hands.
Thank you, Clerk. Before we open up to public comment, I think this, what we're hearing from this community and generally is that there's a strong desire for safer and more walkable streets in our community, throughout the community. So, I'll be keeping that in mind going into budget season, and I'm sure other commissioners will as well. I will now open this up to public comment. Is there anyone appearing in person who wishes to speak on this item? If so, please approach the podium and state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have 3 minutes to make your comments. I'm seeing some movement.
Do I press and hold? I do. My name is Eli Woody. I live at 3021 South 9th Street. I'm Ellen's next door neighbor. I am here because, first of all, I'm a neighbor in this community. I'm a father of a toddler. And before anything, I am going to advocate for children. I'm a public school teacher. So whether it's my own child or Ellen's children or my neighborhood children, I think we need to look out for children first because they are the part of our society that has no agency. Everything in this world happens to them. And so it's up to us as adults to look out for them. And they can say, it was dangerous for me to walk to school today, but they can't do anything about it. They don't show up to these meetings. They probably don't know that these meetings exist. So it's on us to look out for them. I think broadly, more importantly, it's important to remember that not everyone drives. So outside of just children getting around to and from school, there are people in this community, in this area, and in this neighborhood who get around not by car. And so it is more than just dangerous for children to be walking in this area where there are no sidewalks. It's dangerous for adults. And I think as someone who runs for fun and we live so close to county line, it is glaringly obvious the disparity between running on my side of county line and on the other side of county line. Not only are there sidewalks, but then there are also things like parks to take my toddler to and things like that, which is why frequently we end up more on that side of county line than on our own. But I feel safer running on that side of county line. I'm running on the sidewalk. I'm not looking over my shoulder for cars that might run into me. And I think that if we want to show people in Kansas City, Kansas and Wyandotte County broadly that we want to keep them here rather than moving across to county line or moving to another county in this state, this is a really great place to start. It's a low-hanging fruit that I think would show the community that we care about them and we want them to stay here and we want them to be able to get around in the ways that they get
1
around.
minute remaining.
Not presume that they drive because not everyone does. So thank you for the time that you have allotted for this. Thank you for those who came to speak before me and advocate for this because at the end of the day, I know that I speak lots in other capacities, but I'm here as a dad of a toddler and as a community member above everything else, and I don't want anyone to get hurt just trying to walk home. Thank you very much.
My name is Sammy Edgar. I go to TA Edison, and I would like sidewalks in our neighborhood.
Hello, my name is Joseph Garcia. I go to TA Edison, and I would like sidewalks because when I walk to school, we're always so close to like the cars, and we have to like walk in the ditch and like so close to like other people's yards, and that is why I want sidewalks.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? See another one coming up.
Hello, Karen Scheibe, Kansas City, Kansas. I love that the young people are here. That's wonderful. I just want to say, as someone in Turner, I agree with the sidewalks. We need them desperately all through all areas of Turner. But I'm also going to add the library board cannot give money to sidewalks. So I don't want a lot of people coming to the library board asking for that. We can only supply books, shelves, services, technology, rooms, things like that, but not sidewalks. So thank you.
Thank you. Final, any other public comments? I see one more. Okay.
Hi, my name is Maggie Bender. I'm a resident of Friendship Heights. I also work in the district and have been there for about 20 years. So I see firsthand the teacher's perspective of students walking home without sidewalks. And in the picture, it was springtime and sunny and the grass was green. But in the winter, it's a different story. And it's really scary as a teacher to send kids home knowing that there aren't any sidewalks or aren't any shoveled areas where they're walking home. Not to mention thinking of my own 2 kids who are venturing out in the snow with no sidewalks to walk on. So just that safety concern is huge. And then the other thing I'd say, speaking in a more broader sense and kind of echoing what Eli said, is that in our little block, there have been 4 new couples moved in over the past year, and some of them have little ones and some of them might have little ones on the way. And I think about investing in our community and what's going to keep those young couples there and keep them from going across County Line Road, because we're right there. And sidewalks would be a huge asset to our neighborhood. TA Edison is doing the things that it needs to do in terms of giving our kids a quality education. So it'd be nice to see the community and city step up and give a simple thing like a sidewalk, which really does pull a lot of people into the community and keep them there. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody who spoke. I especially want to commend the little ones who stepped up and spoke. That takes a lot of courage. So thank you all. This item was for information only, so there'll be no vote taken. And again, thank you all in the community who showed up for this item. Our final item today is item 4.4, which is an update on the opioid settlement funds. I'll recognize Dr. Shelley Knieven, our Chief Financial Officer, for presentation and remarks.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and give you this information item. There's a presentation that they're calling up right now that will give you highlights, and then a couple of the key departments have come to share what they've done so far with the funds related to the opioids. Just a quick reminder, especially for new commissioners, after the opioid epidemic hit the United States, a lot of states decided to, attorney generals sued pharmaceutical companies, and cities and counties had the opportunity to participate in those lawsuits, which we did do at the UG, working with the League of Kansas Municipalities and the Kansas Association of Counties. Not all cities did, but many or most did participate in that. And so with that, the negotiated settlement that came out of that state lawsuit against pharmaceutical companies, and it's not unique to Kansas, there's a number of states that have similar programs, but the pharmaceutical companies agreed to pay funds to cities and counties for very specific purposes that is related to drug abuse and use. In particular, though, focused on the victims of drug abuse the ancillary impacts through families and such. It was not intended to be for enforcement. So just as a precursor to the types of things, it's very regulated what we can use these funds on. The Attorney General is the state organizing agency, and so we always talk with them, check with them to make sure that anything we are planning to use the fund for is eligible. We started receiving disbursements, first a small disbursement in 22 and 23 and 24. And then after that built up a little bit, we started using disbursements to county and city initiatives in 25. Those disbursements are erratic. They're not necessarily consistent. It's based on a formula that's administered, like I said, by the Attorney General. They will continue through 2038. The AG does have forecasts on what those amounts will be, but there's no guarantees. And it goes down substantially over the years. So it's a wonderful infusion into our community to try and help combat drug abuse, but it's not an ongoing, forever sustainable funding source. So as I said, the MOU that all the cities and counties that participated in these lawsuits had to agree to is that the focus of the funds have to be used for victims and education. So more so on the prevention side when it comes to education. Crime prevention or crime response is specifically not eligible for use. So that's important because naturally, we all want to see drug enforcement undertaken in our communities to reduce the supply, but these funds can't be used for that. There is a foundation the AG's office is using that tracks how these funds are being used throughout all of the different communities. And so if you're curious what other communities are doing with their funds, you can go and look at that report. We also have to report to them on an annual basis how we're using our funds. So, and if you can, maybe move that screen. So it's not in the way there. Yeah, there you go. Thanks. All right. So far year to date, we've received about $1,075,000 that was specifically to the county. We have to separate these funds. And then $1,436,000 that's been allocated to the city of Kansas City. Those funds have to be used for eligible purposes, not just based on the MOU, but also then based on city services versus countywide services. So we have kind of a dual look when we look at those dollars. We have allocated about 768, almost 69,000 of the county funds have been allocated to date. And we've allocated about 485,000 on the city side. So of our total amount that we've received of the 2.5 million, about half of that has been allocated to date. Again, as I mentioned, these amounts will dwindle over time. So we were trying not to just spend everything at once, but to pace ourselves and also to figure out what was going to work in our communities that would have the most benefit. So we wanted to take a little bit of time and be thoughtful in that. Okay, so now you're controlling the PowerPoint. If you can advance the slide. There you go. All right, so the process we use to determine allocations is an administrative process. We've created it where the departments submit requests annually to the county. The county administrator identifies the funding for different initiatives. I will say that then I contact the Attorney General's office to make sure they're eligible for uses and approved for uses. And then we want to give you an update every year so that you're aware what we're doing with the funding and what the impact is that it's having. And then we have to file, like I said, an annual report. So with that, I'm going to talk about the uses for the approved 25 and 26. On the county side, there were 5 departments that were funded, and we've got some of them represented to talk tonight. So the first one is Community Corrections, and I believe Phil, if you can share the microphone, is going to talk about how we've used those funds.
Phil Lockman, Director of Community Corrections. Primarily, we used ours for our behavioral health court and our drug courts. We provided direct treatment to 59 of the people under our supervision, averaged about 1,100 apiece is what the treatment costs ran. And part of that, the advantage is that not only are we getting treatment done, but there are so many few Medicaid beds available in the state of Kansas for drug treatment that it takes weeks, sometimes months to get people into treatment, where these people would have been sitting in our county jail and causing a farm out expense at $40 to $50 a week, a day, based on where they're at. But we also used it, $45,000 of it for drug testing, because part of drug treatment is making sure we're doing regular drug tests on the individuals. We also had training money in there, and we were able to send 18 people, 4 of which were 2 district judges, staff from Mir Incorporated and Wyandotte Behavioral, and our team to go to the national conference, which was nice because, part of what we do is the care and feeding of a team, and that's really tough because it's working together with the individuals under our supervision. And so it's been a real success for us, and real glad that we had that money to be able to do those things this year.
Thank you, Bill. And the remaining amount of money that's up there is to continue that program through the year. So it's just giving you a status report, but it's intended to be used. So the next department is the sheriff's office, and the sheriff sends his regrets. He had a conflict and wasn't able to come to this meeting tonight. However, they have had a program that's been very successful. We fund a co-responder program with Wyandotte Behavioral Health. And so they go out and respond to different events. They've had, of the 523 responses they had during last year, about 30% of those were directly related to opioid and drug-related offenses. And the rest of them, there was indirect relationships. So been very successful. And again, this is a program that's continuing just like the drug court activities that were just talked about. So we expect to be able to spend the rest of those dollars as well. The next item is the district attorney's office. He also sends his regrets. Both of them are willing to come to a future meeting if you should want. They just weren't able to make it today. For the district attorney, we funded a victim advocate and a coordinator that helps to support different cases that are drug related, and then also some of the activities on the DA side related to drug court. They've had 14 specific opioid cases that they've dealt with, as well as 25 drug court, which we're not limited to just opioids. We can do any kind of drug education, victims of drug events, and so forth. So this has been very successful in helping them streamline and coordinate those processes on the part of the DA's office, and to kind of pull out those drug-related offenses and provide some special attention to them. The next is the health department, and Terry's going to talk about what health has been able to do.
Terry Garrison, Interim Director for the Health Department. And we do the Narcan community distribution, and we've been able to do that through a variety of different locations. We've assisted with, correct me if I'm wrong, Cara, who is in charge of it, but with the transit department for our bus folks. We've also, we have the vending machines at different locations within the community that we keep filled up so that the Narcan is readily accessible to anyone who would need it within the community. And we have actually been able to allocate some of the Narcan. We've been able to actually leverage getting free doses of Narcan. So that's one of the reasons why we haven't used as much of it, because we've been able, through a relationship with DECA, be able to receive free doses of Narcan to help with community distribution.
Thank you, Terry. And they do expect to continue those programs, continue making Narcan available to the community which if you're familiar is the drug that you can administer to counteract an opioid overdose. So very important thing. It now can be gotten over the counter. If members of the public are listening, it's a very good thing for, unfortunately, people in our society, young people of our society to have access to in the event they ever run into the situation where someone is overdosed in their presence, and they very well could save a life. The next department that we're going to talk about is communications. And I need you to advance the slide, please. I don't know, it keeps doing that. I apologize. So communications has a plan to do a public education campaign. The health department had done a campaign working with Mid-America Regional Council, and they have given an update to you all in one of the annual reports that they provide, or the quarterly reports. And this will be a communications plan that, for those of you that were on the commission this last year, talking about billboards and such, that will be launching. Communications, unfortunately, has been short-staffed. And so they haven't been able to actually implement that. They're planning on doing that this fall. We will make sure we share information with the commission on what that campaign looks like, what those billboards look like. We will certainly make sure that they are placed throughout the community, because that was a concern, making sure we have it geographically throughout our community, as well as bus wraps and those types of things. So it's a comprehensive plan for how we will try to do some drug education to the community, for the community. Okay, so we're going to shift gears, if you can advance to the city side. And the city side, we've got the two departments being police and fire. So first will be the fire department that is here to talk about what the fire department has done.
Yep. Hello, my name is Mark. I'm with the fire department. I'm chief of the EMS division. We had 7 programs that we did with the 2025 money. We bought some software to do tracking for where opioid events were happening, and that fed also out to health and KDHE to help us track better. Community paramedic program was a huge ask on this one. That spending is continuous. They work with the health department. They work with the police department when they do outreach. She's out and about. This is just covering hours of staff time while she's out doing specific opioid only items. Being thrifty, I like being cheap. So when we started talking about Narcan leave behind kits, we had a legislative hurdle to get through to get those out on the trucks when we first started. They've been out for more than a year. We thought these kits that we'd be leaving would be much more expensive. This is a $1.79 makeup kit from Amazon, and we had the Narcan given to us. So we have about $3 in here with the sticker that we had put on the front of this. So it cost me way less than what I expected. These are left on a scene if we run an ambulance call and there's somebody there where they've had an overdose, family member, community member, somebody like that, where they know they're going to go back. On average, a person overdoses 2, 3, 4 times before they finally treatment sticks. This buys everybody minutes, as we've all seen. Another kit we bought out of that system was extra kits that looks like a pencil case. It was cheap to have them printed. I think they were a couple, $3, $4 a piece. There's one of those with enough kits for every single person on every apparatus, on every fire department apparatus and ambulance in the field. That's not public facing. That's for our use in case somebody touches something, we have an overdose of a crew member. We'll continue that program too. We'll bolster that this next year with another small ask on that. And community outreach is going good. We have requests. A couple of our members go out and do public speaking, and this covers their time while they're out providing that. So it doesn't come out of the overtime budget. Oh, yep. Yeah, the national, one of our speakers is on the national circuit. He goes out at a national level. They've had a video crew come in and do a recording actually here in Kansas City, Kansas. So been very successful. We're excited about the opening of the 26 funds.
Thank you. All right, and then the last department to give an update is the police department.
Shane Turner. I'm a major with the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. Just a brief highlight of some of the things that we've done as far as the opioid crisis goes as it relates to the reimbursement. First of all, we were the first department in the metro to implement.
Sorry, Major, can you bring the microphone a little closer?
We were the first department in the metro area to implement a fentanyl strategy. The process is that the detectives and the assistant district attorney respond on every overdose, track overdoses to the dealer supplier. Investigation leads to search warrant and prosecution. And in regards to the reimbursement, addiction support resources, 53 fentanyl awareness classes. And since 2023, we've conducted 215 search warrants and vehicle takedowns, 735,000 pills and 134 pounds of powder fentanyl has been recovered. 1,118 illegal firearms have been recovered, 19 suspects charged in overdose deaths, 16 million doses taken off the streets, and cash recovered 1.5 million. This particular issue crested in 2023, where we had a total of 210 overdoses, and then was reduced to 150, 96 in 2025, and 42 so far this year.
Thank you so much. And just for clarification, the opioid funds specifically are not used on the law enforcement side. They're used on the prevention or the victim treatment side. However, what that data point tells you is it is a significant problem in the community, in all communities across America. Although the ODs going down is a great news story in terms of we're making progress on having the ODs go down. So just want to make sure we clarify for that. It just demonstrates to you, though, the need in terms of overall what's happening. So just to sum it up and to conclude, we've gotten about $1 million on the county side. We've allocated about 769,000. We've spent about 400,000, and we have plans to spend the rest. And then as those wind down, as the department spends out their money, like community corrections had through drug court, we then sit down with them to talk about, okay, is it working? Is it useful? Is it helping? And then we can look at those additional allocations to keep those programs going or to consider new allocations for new ideas. So that's a process that we go through periodically. And then Kansas City, Kansas, on the city side, we've gotten $1.4 million. We've allocated about 485. We spent about 151,000, of which we've got remaining 333. So again, efforts are continuing. The dollars are getting out in the community, but we're being very thoughtful about how we make sure that those dollars are spent so that we can try to make an impact on the community. And with that, we're glad to answer questions.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here and for the continued work. I mean, some of those statistics were staggering. Any questions or comments from the committee? Commissioner Burns.
Yes, just a quick question. Are these packets available both in the city hall here, the courthouse, our facilities at 50th and State, 82nd and State, and other satellite offices? Should a citizen or employees see someone that needs assistance, where can they go to?
There we go. Can you hear me? My name is Kara Barnes. I'm with the Wyandotte County Health Department. I'm the Substance Misuse Coordinator. I can share that we do have vending machines in all of our local libraries. We also have it available at Crosslines Outreach, Willigill, and Frank Williams. Our harm reduction kits are also available for free at the health department. Also, anybody can walk into the health department and receive both Narcan and fentanyl test strips.
Well, thank you for that information, but I asked if in those buildings, the city hall or courthouse, is there specific offices that these packets are available in?
Not available in those areas, but they can be referred to the health department to access that. I know that our drug court, our veterans court, and our behavioral health court are also aware that they can receive harm reduction kits and Narcan, specifically from our peer support program, because they do work with those clients.
So you don't think there's a need to put them in those offices, buildings?
Yeah, we can certainly have those in those offices available. We would just need to find which offices would be willing to let us put like a vending machine in there, and we can certainly have that discussion to see who is available and who would like to have those put in the department.
Commissioner Shelley can even, we can talk with building and logistics and get a vending machine in both lobbies, lobby of the courthouse, lobby of City Hall, to make sure they're available. Health departments attached to City Hall, so they are available here, but let's put them in a public facing City Hall entrance and make sure that they're just readily available for people to come and get. The vending machines are free, and so they just can access it, so we can make sure that happens.
Well, and our facility at 50th and State and 82nd too, there's a
Absolutely.
lot of citizens that go through is what I'm saying, and employees.
We can do that as well.
I just think it'd be a good idea.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments? Another one? Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for this report. I know normally when I think of fentanyl and I usually equate that to kids with different addictions and but I also know there's Oxycontin, oxycodone from prescription drugs. And I just wonder, do we in our health department, fire department, police department, do we serve those individuals as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay.
Dr. Hill, the same for the fire department. We get a 911 call, we would respond and take care of it appropriately. And all of our vehicles are equipped with naloxone, which you would know is Narcan.
I'd say on the police department, this is Shane Turner, Major. We just recently spent some of the reimbursement funds on a true narc machine, which allows us to identify opioids at the scene without having to send it to a lab or wait a critical amount of time in order to determine exactly what we're dealing with. So, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm seeing none. Clerk, did we receive any comments from the public on this item?
No comments were received.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak to this item?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone appearing in person who wishes to speak to this item? If so, please make your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. I'm seeing none, but I do see Chief Rubin.
Please, sir, if you would. Thank you. Dennis Rubin, Fire Department. Just a reminder that if in fact a person does receive a dose, call the fire department. They're going to need follow-up medical care. If the person has stopped breathing, we're going to have to breathe for them until the medicine takes hold. So please don't think it's a one-time fix all, does all. Give us a call. 911.
Thank you, Chief, and that's a great reminder for the public. This item was for information only, so no further action will be taken. Thank you all for coming and for your presentations and continued work on this, very serious crisis. That concludes our meeting this evening. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Ramirez, second from Commissioner Burns. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Lopez,
Aye.
Hump.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Administration Human Services will start in a few minutes to allow staff to switch out.
okay to do this. That's a great idea. I'm surprised that we haven't done it.
Mike. Zoom, as well as on-site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. When speaking, be sure and speak directly into a microphone so that all comments are heard and the record of the meeting is accurate. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public may submit comments by email prior to noon on the day of the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public will have an opportunity to provide brief comments in person or virtually from the 5th floor conference room of the municipal office building during the meeting. When speaking, please state your name and city of residence for the record. Comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. We have a very robust agenda this evening. I would ask that questions or comments be as direct and concise as possible. Thank you. I will now call the meeting of the Administration and Human Services Standing Committee for Monday, July 13th, 2026 to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Roll call. Lopez,
Here.
Hill,
Here.
Howard,
Present.
Comp,
Here.
Ramirez.
Here. Thank you. There are revisions to the agenda for the committee. We are, as I just said, we are reordering our items for tonight. The order that we are going to take them is all of the grants will go first. So we'll listen to 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4 first. Then we will have our two presentations, 4.6 and then 4.7. And then we will have 4.8, which is our DMV, 4.5, which is the grants, and then 4.1, which was the library board. Okay, that will be the order for tonight's agenda. As was stated in the beginning, since we do have many items, that just asking that questions and comments be direct and concise so that we can get out of here at a good time. All right. We have minutes from our May 18th, 2026 meeting. Is there a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion by Kump and second by Hill. Roll call.
Roll call. Lopez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Comp,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Minutes have been approved. We have several items on our agenda that, as which was stated, our first item is item number 4.4. The first item on our agenda is adoption of a resolution to submit the FY 2025 Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Use Program grant to the Department of Justice. The grant amount is $1.3 million. The Health Department is providing $114,500 in grant match from the Opioid Settlement Fund. I'll recognize Wesley McCain, Manager in the Health Department, for presentation and remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Wesley McCain, Community Health Division Manager at the Health Department. You've already heard from Kara, our Substance Misuse Coordinator, who's going to give a brief presentation about our Department of Justice grant that funds our peer program and our substance misuse program. We've had this grant for 3 years now. It is a large grant and has funded our entire program after ARPA funds and some CDC funds that we had ended. And we just turned in a renewal. And so she's going to give a brief rundown of that. And I'll pass the mic to Kara.
Hello, Kara Barnes, and I'm the Substance Misuse Coordinator with the Health Department. So I'm going to be talking about the Department of Justice grant that Wesley was speaking about. We did submit this reapplication of our grant on May 11th. This grant was submitted before commission approval, but we did get county administrator approval. It's a 3-year grant that supports our peer support program. We also have a licensed clinical addiction counselor that's embedded in our drug court program, and it also supports, our transportation for our clients. This peer support program staff, myself, and our 2 peer support specialists are funded 100% through this grant. The health department's certified peer support specialists, if you're not familiar with peer support, are people with lived experience with substance use disorder, and they're responsible for helping individuals with substance use disorder achieve their recovery needs, their wants, and their goals. They do this through resource connection, transportation and housing supports, mentoring, and convening recovery groups. Our peer support specialists receive referrals from places like Wyandotte County Drug Court, Veterans Court, and Behavioral Health Court. They work closely with co-responders, CIT officers, and specifically the Kansas City, Kansas Fire Department's community paramedic. We also get referrals from KU Mental and Behavioral Health. We receive referrals from community recovery living programs like Oxford House, Shalom House. We also do weekly outreach with Crosslines Outreach. They serve our unhoused folks in Wyandotte County, Willigill, and Frank Williams as well. We also, I will say, our peer support specialists have worked with UG employees as well. All of those services are free through the health department. To highlight just how effective our peer support specialists are, our KU Med evaluation showed that drug court clients complete the program and graduate 36% faster since peer support specialists have been embedded into that program. Their evaluation also showed that with this addition of the addictions counselor that we fund through this grant, they have reduced the wait for assessment and referral time from 3 months to 2 weeks for drug and behavioral health court. That's a huge difference. This counselor is completely funded through a sub-award from Wyandotte Wyandotte Behavioral Health. Our peer support also distributes the life-saving opioid overdose reversal medication Narcan, which we've already discussed. We do pay for the Narcan through opioid settlement funds, but the staff to distribute comes 100% from this grant. Like I said, we do have vending machines at Crosslines, Willigill, and Frank Williams, all 4 of our library branches. We also distribute a lot through health fairs and community events. We also do training on how to use Narcan. And I think another thing to point out that's really important is in that training, we also talk about how to recognize an opioid overdose because it doesn't look like what the movies show. So we provide education. We have flyers. We also do fentanyl test strips, and we also have flyers on how to use those as well. We do have, like I said, we do have opioid settlement funds for the purchase of the Narcan, but this funds the staff to do all those trainings and the distribution. We also put Narcan in our harm reduction kits, which are also available through the health department. Those harm reduction kits also include things like fentanyl test strips, peer support resource materials, and how to get in contact with peer support. Hygiene items, first aid items, gun locks, condoms, hydration packets in the summertime, gloves and hand warmers in the wintertime. So that really concludes, unless I missed anything else, Wes, that really concludes kind of what that grant is funding. So that reapplication has already been submitted. We're still waiting on word to see if we do receive that grant. Oh, I did want to mention that transportation support is through our Uber Health program. So we use that quite a bit to help our clients get to places like legal appointments, to get to interviews, to get to work. So that's another huge bonus that our clients receive through the peer support program. Any questions?
Thank you so much for all of that. Really appreciate it. Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? Commissioner Cum.
Thank you. Come to it large. Just one very quick question. This is item 4.4. There's no match. Is that right? 4.2?
Right. Yeah, there is match. We pledged match from the opioid settlement funds, not actually the presentation that
Okay.
we just gave, the Narcan that we get from that, we actually use because the staff from this grant hand that Narcan out. And so we were able to use that as a match for the grant.
My apologies. I got my agenda mixed up. No further questions. Thank you.
I apologize, committee. They may have been me mistelling the number, the item number. But yes, we are on item number 4.2, which is the peer support recovery grant. Again, apologize if I misspoke. Are there any questions, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments were received.
Thank you. I'll now ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a comment.
There are no hands raised.
Perfect. Is there anyone appearing in person who would like to address this item? Let the record show no one step forward. Oh, Commissioner Lopez.
Oh, yeah, Lopez, District 6. How long you been in this role? Well, I'm sorry, not just this role here, but in the past as far as medical. What I'm getting at is, have you seen a difference of what we're doing now on the street as far as patients coming in and the percentage is dwindling? Are we gaining ground is my question.
Absolutely. I think that's really due in large part to Narcan. We're able to save people's lives with this drug. So while maybe the overdoses or the use, I will say the use of drugs might not be going down, but I know that we're saving people's lives. And one of the approaches that we're really trying to do with harm reduction specifically is to equip people and get them connected to resources and keep them alive until they're ready for recovery. So yeah, absolutely. I think there has been a huge difference. And I will say peer support specifically has been proven over and over again. It's strengths-based approach to helping people that are struggling with substance use disorder. And that's nationwide. People stay in recovery longer. Their rate of overdose goes down when they're connected to peer support. So yeah, what we're doing is working.
So on a good somebody that actually finds their way out of the woods, if you will, because I know it's we can only do so much. It's the person, if they want to get better, want to fix themselves, we can't fix them. But when they make that stand and say, hey, I'm going to fix myself, how many have you seen that actually advocate and have a story to tell now?
How many have I personally seen? Well, I mean, many, too many, honestly. I've been working in this field for a long time, so I can't even give you a number. But I can say that our peer support specialists work to probably 15 to 30 people at a time of clients. And I know that even though sometimes recovery can be a roller coaster, it's not always linear. I know that they provide not just support for recovery, but when you're in the midst of substance use disorder, it touches every part of your life. So our peer support program has incredible partnerships with housing, with a lot of other places with mental health support in Wyandotte County. So they're able to look at somebody in a holistic sense and not just, hey, you just need to get off of substances, but hey, what are some other areas that we can support you in? So that's the other part that's pretty amazing about being in a small county. They work so closely with so many other partners in Wyandotte County.
So your support group folks, are they recovered? Are they
Yes.
Have they been down that road?
Yeah, absolutely, which is what makes them so special. I mean, they're really specialists because they can speak to substance use disorder with real life experience. They're both in recovery, and actually one of our peer support specialists is a graduate of the Wyandotte County Health Department, or excuse me, the Wyandotte County Drug Court program. So yeah, it's pretty amazing. So those stories, I will say, are the most beautiful stories, really, that 360 where they're in the midst of substance use disorder, and then they turn around and they want to give back because they understand the impact that it can have not only on the person suffering from substance use disorder, but their families, their communities. So the impact is huge.
That's awesome. So that's, I know that speaks a lot, especially when somebody is in a dark place, if you
Mhm.
will, and they're talking to somebody that say, "Hey, I've been there. I know where you're at,"
Mhm.
and that goes a long way.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you do. That is, it's not easy work.
Mhm.
It's tough, but I do thank you for that.
Thank you.
Are there any last minute comments or questions from the committee? Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just like to say thank you to the Health Department for the work that you all are doing. I know this is tough. I do wonder if where is there a treatment center, meaning like if a person needs to go and be in a facility for a while,
Mhm.
who do you partner with locally?
Yeah, absolutely. RADAC is one of the main places that we partner with. We know their staff, they know our peer support workers. So if we're talking about super local, that's where we go. Although I will say sometimes it's best to get somebody out of what we call their playground. So we look at other places like Johnson County or other places in other counties just to get them kind of away for a little while. It really is case by case, depending on what the person's situation is. But RADAC is amazing.
Thank you again.
Mhm.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Seeing no other further questions or comments, this is an action item, so I will entertain a motion.
Come to at large, move to approve.
Second, Hill.
A motion by Kump, second by Hill. Roll call.
Roll call. Lopez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Howard. Commissioner Howard.
Here.
Is that a aye or a no? Commissioner Howard.
We can come back to Commissioner Hill.
Kump,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Howard.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. All right. We are now on item number 4.3. Number 4.3. The next item on our agenda is adoption of a resolution granting the Health Department permission to submit a $500,000 per year, 4-year grant to the Maternal Produce Prescription Program from Health Resources and Services Administration, Maternal and Child Health Bureau. No match is required. There is a request to fast track this item to the July 16th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting. I will recognize Terry Garrison, Interim Director of the Health Department, for presentation and remarks.
Good evening. Thank you for seeing to this resolution. This is a grant opportunity that was dropped on June 17th with a very short turnaround. It's due on July 17th. So 1 month to get a large federal grant turnaround. And so that's why we're asking for fast tracking. This grant is a 4-year grant, up to $500,000 per year for the 4 years. And our WIC manager is here, Ashley Loss, and I'm going to refer to her for any program specifics.
Hello, I'm Ashley Laws. I'm the manager of the WIC program in the health department. So the plan for this grant would be to have a dietitian-led nutrition voucher program for families, specifically for women who are pregnant and then their family members would receive vouchers for fruits and vegetables specifically. And we also would like to hire a community health worker to help them navigate the program and help families ensure that they can redeem their vouchers. We want to lean on our WIC vendor relationships that we have with the grocery stores to redeem the vouchers. So the plan is to have a dietitian lead this program so she can provide nutrition education, specifically around pregnancy, gestational diabetes, hypertension, prevention, and then help them once they have the baby as well. And we really would like to offer cooking classes as a way that they can utilize their fruit and vegetable voucher so that you can learn how to cook and also store the fruits and vegetables that they receive. Questions?
Thank you. Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? Commissioner Lopez.
Good. Lopez, District 6. My comment, I mean, let's do whatever we need to do to help these mommies. You know, they're pregnant women are the most beautiful people in the world, and we got to take care of them. They're holding our future, and I know Big Pharma don't care about them at all. So yeah, let's do what we need to do to take care of them, get them lined out. I'd like to take some of those cooking classes. I don't know if I can, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received.
No comments were received.
Thank you. I'll now ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to speak on the item.
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone appearing in person who would like to address this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. Committee, I will now entertain a motion, and as a reminder, whoever makes the motion, a fast track will need to be added to it.
Lopez, so move and be fast tracked to July 17th.
Howard second.
Or 16th, I'm sorry, 16th.
The motion by Commissioner Lopez and a second by Commissioner Howard. Roll call.
Roll call: Lopez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Comp,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you, everybody. All right, our next item is number 4.4. The next item on our agenda is adoption of a resolution for the Health Department to submit an application and accept $150,000 per year, 3-year grant to the Kansas Fights Addiction Fund and to add 2 additional peer support recovery specialists to its substance use program. No match is required. I'll recognize again Wesley McCain, manager in the Health Department, for presentation and comments.
Thank you. Wesley McCain from the Health Department. This one's easy because it's just an extension. It's the same topic as the grant that you all just approved. That grant is going to essentially renew the program we have now. We currently have 2 peers, Heather and Tino, and their caseloads are full, and we need more peers. And the 2 groups that they've identified as groups that need a lot of support in their work are young adults and youth and Spanish-speaking residents. And so this is a grant we submitted. We're coming to you to ask for approval to accept it if we should get it. And it would cover 2 full-time peers, so that would take our program to 4, which would be great. And it says no match required on here. We do have, we did commit some funds, some general funds for this in the project. The benefits, so the grant requirements limit the amount of benefits that we're able to pay, that we're able to charge to the grant. And so to 25% of the salary. And so in order to make up that benefits, I worked with interim director Terry and John to identify about $50,000 per year, which would pay for the benefits, the portion of the benefits that those would not fund for those to get those staff on board. That's the maximum we would get. We don't know if they're both family insurance plans. You will probably know that that amount changes depending on the package they get, but we thought that that was a good investment of those dollars to get those two staff on board. The very final thing I'll say is I wish that our peers were here. Their stories are amazing. We just had a staff meeting today, and Tino, one of our peers, and he would not mind me sharing this story at all. He's going to be doing some work in prisons now. He went up to Lansing Correctional Facility, and he was up there, and they had a big event that they had for the inmates, and kind of a big fair or something. And so he was able, that's a place he's been before. And so he was able to go and be with some of the guys who are there who are struggling a lot. There's a lot of substance use happening in prisons now. And so it's a place he's going to go and start working. And it's amazing. I mean, just to hear the passion that they have to help the people, we wouldn't, both the peers would be helping people regardless of whether we pay them or not. And they're just the most intrinsically motivated people I've ever worked with. And so it's just a great program, and I love it. And I hope we get this grant because I hope we can get 2 more.
I hope you do too, as I hope so too. And I think for future reference, I would love for them to come to the committee and just talk about their experiences and their life experiences.
Okay.
I definitely would love that.
Okay. Yeah. That would be great.
Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? I don't know who's Commissioner Kump and then Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Chair. Come to at large. First, I want to echo Chair Ramirez's sentiment. I'd love to meet these folks and have a conversation. I think that'd be incredible. So you had said that the 2 areas you identified that are the most in need are young adults and Spanish speakers. So is the plan, if we get this grant, to hire a Spanish speaker and a young adult, presumably, to kind of service those areas?
Not necessarily a young adult, but somebody that has experience working with youth and younger adults. And I think Tino and Heather would not be offended. They even have told me, you know, they have a little bit of a harder time connecting with, you know, younger people experiencing substance use disorder. Just the environment and the landscape of drug use changes. Even the way that people would like to communicate can change based on age. So we're looking for somebody that has experience with youth and young adults. And then, yes, somebody that is Spanish speaking, multicultural, multilingual, that would be able to connect with people. And really our reasoning for wanting to hire specifically those 2 areas is based on partly youth fatality review that specifically was saying that we are seeing more overdoses and overdose deaths. Specifically, I think it was Latino males. And in that 15 to 24 age range, especially, is where we see a lot of substance use disorder. And that age range can be difficult to treat. But we see that like substance use disorder, when you start introducing people that just want to talk with people, peer support is a really gentle entry into recovery. It's not, you have to go right now to treatment. And especially with young adults and youth, they can be really intimidated to seek recovery services because they're afraid of getting in trouble, especially with parents and authority figures. So we think that would be a really, I mean, there is peer support out there already for youth and young adults, but we don't really have anybody at the health department that can kind of focus in that area with a lot of experience.
Thank you. I think that's a fine idea. I mean, it broadens the horizon of who we can help, right? Especially if you have somebody who's multilingual. So just wanted to confirm. And then this 50,000, it's already allocated from the budget for the health department. Is that right? You said you found some money.
Yes, Terry Garrison, the interim director at the health department. I've worked with our fiscal individual, our fiscal management analyst, and we have been able to identify where those funds can come from in the current budget, the amended budget. And then we'll be looking at that through the 27 budget and the 28 budget, because this will be a 3-year grant.
Sure. Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kump. Commissioner Lopez.
Lopez, District 6. I have a close family friend that passed away a couple years ago, but he struggled all his life with substance. But I didn't realize that where he was in his life when he passed away. But at his funeral, there were so many people that spoke that just said, "This guy helped us," and this is we need to see this through. So I was like, wow, I didn't realize that he struggled, but he also helped a lot of folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments were received.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to speak on the item.
There are no hands raised.
Perfect. Is there anyone appearing in person who'd like to address this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. Are there any other last comments or questions from the committee? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Kump, seconded by Commissioner Lopez.
Fast track to the 16th.
Does this one need to have a fast track? Okay, no. All right.
I just seen the fast track on there.
Motion by Kump, second by Lopez. Roll call.
Roll call. Lopez,
Aye.
Hill, Howard,
Aye.
Kump,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you to the Health Department.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, moving along. Our next item is number 4.6. The next item on our agenda is a presentation updating department projects, programs, and initiatives from the Register of Deeds office. I greatly appreciate our Register of Deeds being strong, as she's been pushed back a couple times in our agenda. So I thank you for staying strong. I'll recognize Susie Nelson, our Register of Deeds, for presentation and remarks.
Good evening, Commissioners. Susie Nelson, Register of Deeds. To talk a little bit about our office, the Register of Deeds is a custodian for real estate records for the county. I'm charged with recording and preserving those records. Our office is located in the courthouse on the first floor. Our office hours are Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. We do not close during the lunch hour, and we stop recording every day at 4:30. There are several ways to record documents in our office. You can walk a document in and we'll record it right then and there, as long as everything's okay on it, and give it back to the customer. Or you can mail the document in, or you can sign a memorandum of understanding to e-record with our office. We offer a free program called Property Fraud Alert. And that's when it's an alert. It doesn't stop property fraud. You sign up, excuse me, you sign up with your name. It's based on your name. And anytime a document is recorded in our office under your name, you would be notified with the document number by email or text. And then you could call our office to verify what that document is, to make sure it's something that you're aware of. If it's nothing that you are aware of, then you would have to file a police report and take the police report to the DA's office. We have a Laredo subscription. I say Laredo because that is our search engine. We have mostly title companies that have a subscription, so they don't have to come into the office to do their searches. And that's a monthly fee that we collect. I talked about our e-recording subscribers, about signing a memorandum of understanding. So I'm going to talk about customer service. Customer service is very, very important to me in our office. We try to give the best customer service possible. We'll even take citizens to other offices. We'll walk them there, help them out, help them, give them phone numbers, whatever we can do to help them have a better experience. In 2024, we recorded over 20,000 documents. And out of those documents, over 16,000 were e-records and almost 4,000 were paper. And when I say paper, that's when they walk in or through the mail. And we were at 81% e-recording in 2024. In 2025, we recorded over 21,000 documents, about 1,400 more than we did in 2024. We had 82% documents were filed through e-record, and the remaining 18% were walk-ins and by mail. Our free property fraud alert program, in 2024, we had 1,677 folks that signed up for property fraud alert. And out of that 1,677, 480 received notification that a document was filed in our office under their name. In 2025, we had an increase in folks that signed up for property fraud alert. We had 2,305, and there was only 268 alerts, so I guess that's a good thing. So from 2024 to 2025, we had an increase of 628 people sign up. In 2024, we did a data migration. We put 19 years worth of documents into our search engine called Laredo. And that was from 1955 to 1974. That was a total of 981 books, almost 412,000 documents, and about 800,000 images. And currently, we're indexing in-house. Our previous data migration, we had that done outside. We chose to do it inside to save some money. And we have about 130,000 documents indexed to date. And we're working on that continuously. Every day we have somebody doing that primarily. So our goals for the Register of Deeds office is the continuation of data migration, get everything indexed, and then we want to put additional documents into Laredo. Up there, it says notary fraud, implement this. This has been implemented. And we have only about 10 people, 10 notaries signed up. And it's just like property fraud alert, but it's specifically for notary fraud, and it's based on their names. And then we do need some older books rebound. There are 7 of us in the office, myself, Maggie Orndex, the Deputy Register of Deeds, Sandra Ayala is the Administrative Support Supervisor, Brandy Lynch is a Program Specialist, Juanita Soto is the Administrative Support Specialist, as well as Karen Shipman, and then Sandra Lopez is our Administrative Support Assistant. And we are working on cross-training. Almost everybody's cross-trained. Right now, we're in the process of cross-training one more person, and then we should be good to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Small but mighty.
That's right.
You're a small but mighty team. Does any member of the committee have any questions? Commissioner Lopez.
Say company were before. Okay. Susie, I love your office. I love what you do.
Thank you.
It's like a history book over there. I could spend the night over there and just read all the old deeds. It's just really cool. No, I appreciate everything you do. I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to do, but yeah, I need to come sign up for that property fraud alert. I will,
I have some sitting over here if you want to take one.
I will grab one. But that's something that you can sign up online for? Is that, or do you have to come in and do it?
No, you can call or you can scan the QR code
Mm-hmm.
and sign up that way.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Cum?
Thank you, Chair. Come to at large. Susan, first, I just want to commend you in the work you do. I've done hundreds of property searches across the country as part of my day job, and you can see a difference between the good offices and the ones that aren't so good, and you guys are one of the best. Second, my question is specific about notary fraud. Is that a free program as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm a notary. I didn't know that existed, so I'm going to have to talk to you about signing up for that.
Sure, it just started as well.
Okay.
And I have flyers over here on the table.
I'll get with you after this
Okay,
then.
okay,
But
great.
thank you and continue the great work. You guys do a lot with a little, and it never ceases to impress me. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cum. Commissioner Hill?
Susan, thank you for the work you do. I just want to say real quick, one of our real concerns that we discussed early this year during our retreat was customer service at the UG in general. So when you mention you go above and beyond to help our customers, that was a real feel-good feeling for me. So thank you for that.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. To piggyback off what Commissioner Lopez was talking about, I remember when I first got elected, I had a tour of the Register of Deeds office, and seeing those books is the coolest thing because you get to see I call it the old fancy writing of how they used to write back then. It is just so cool to see those pieces of history of our community. So if I encourage anyone just to go and take a look, and I'm sure the Registees would love to have
Absolutely.
you to give tours and show those pieces of history. Does any member of the committee have any other questions? Commissioner Lopez.
I do like I want to add, Wyandotte County Museum have those monster tall books of recordings as well. I think, is that part of the deeds?
Yes, we recently sent our cemetery records because we didn't have a complete set. And there's a lady there that works, she's a volunteer that's putting the cemetery information together for Wyandotte County. And then we had mishmash of school records that we also sent out there.
Are you talking about like Oak Grove Cemetery?
Yes, any records that we had, yes.
And I know that there's some old cemeteries in Turner somewhere, but they've all, I don't know, hopefully. I know that a lot of information was lost due to a flood. I can't remember if it was 51 flood or if it was like 1910 or something. I can't remember, but yeah, there was a lot of, because there's a book, the Pride of the Golden Bear, and when that was written in the 80s, they had to go off of a lot of elderly people just interviewing them, but a lot of information was lost in a real bad flood. Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments are received.
Thank you. I will now ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to speak on the item.
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Is there anyone appearing in person who would like to address this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. This item was for information only. Again, I thank you, Mrs. Nelson, for coming. Again, I apologize for having to reschedule you multiple times, but we finally got here. And
Thank
thank
you.
you to you and your office, as I said, small but mighty, for all the work you guys do.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, our next item is number 4.7. The next item on our agenda is a presentation on the dangers of vaping and the use of any tobacco products. I am gonna try my best to not butcher this name. I will recognize Uzo Emakri. Okay. The program coordinator, and Wesley McCain, a manager in the health department, for presentation and remarks.
Greetings, Administration for Human Services. It's an honor to be here. My name is Uzo Amakari. That's why I go by. My full name is Uzamaka. I'm the Tobacco Program Coordinator at the Wyandotte County Public Health Department. I had the privilege to do this work for about 4 years now. And I am super excited that I have two of my amazing students that I do this anti-vaping work with here in Wyandotte County with me, and I'll give them the privilege to introduce themselves.
Good evening. My name is Erica Contreras. I'm an upcoming senior at F.L. Schlegel High School, and I am also president of National Honor Society.
Good evening. I'm Dante Harris. I'm an upcoming senior as well at F.L. Schlegel High School, and I'm also a member of the National Honor Society.
To begin with this presentation, I would want to just give a background of what the tobacco program does at the health department, because not so many people are knowledgeable of what we do as a tobacco program. However, community members know to refer to us if they need help with cessation or prevention. So I would like to state that I am grant funded through the Chronic Disease Risk Reduction Grant from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. I apply to the grant each year. One of the main key things that we do is that we partner with nonprofits and also the Kansas City, Kansas Public School District to form clubs that are led by students called Resist Chapters. There are several Resist chapters across the state of Kansas. Right now, we have 3 official ones, and we have one in the making in partnership with the University of Kansas Thrive program. We just started a summer camp with them, so that's fun. And one of the pictures where we're in front of the State House in Topeka was a field trip that we went on 2 years ago to be able to talk to a few of our House of Representatives on the issues of tobacco in our community. And another initiative that we have been able to do and is still in the works is the formation of the Tobacco Retail License Program to track retailer compliance to Tobacco 21. So a few commissioners that are here and online might remember when I and some of my colleagues advocated for a tobacco retail license resolution ordinance. Thankfully, we got that passed and we were able to start a program. We also hired a new program coordinator, and we're excited to see how many retailers are in compliance and the ones who are not in compliance, hoping that it can reduce youth tobacco initiation in our community. I also share the Kansas Quitline resources, both at community engagement events, and also I work with a media person who promotes this Quitline on billboards, on Spotify. We're working on the project now on YouTube, and we're getting a lot of clicks and views within Wyandotte County. And I also facilitate the Tobacco Free Wyandotte County Coalition. It's a multidisciplinary coalition with not just public health professionals, but also school administration. We have the principal from Sumner Academy on that coalition, and we have people from the American Lung Association, American Heart Association. Even one of our commissioners here expressed interest in joining, so I'm super grateful. Now, I would like to give it over to my colleagues to talk about what they have been doing at FO Schlegel and what their peers have been doing at FO Schlegel.
I want to start off by talking about what our Resist chapter has done, our events and programming. Plan activities to promote anti-tobacco messaging, such as Dodge the Addiction event, school grounds cleanup day, etc. We've done these to spread awareness around our school campus and hope that it also goes around our district so more people are motivated for our anti-tobacco programs.
And an effort that we took to address vaping across the school system at large is met with USD 500 district leaders over our code of conduct. We realized that there was little education aspect in it, so we suggested adding more education and support in our student code of conduct and the incident resolutions, while increasing consequences for those who have repeated offenses of smoking or anything to do with tobacco or vaping on school grounds, as we believe that education and having that support system will be more effective than discipline alone in our school district. And then I should also talk about the effort we're taking at FO Schlegel High School. FO Schlegel High School partnered with the Village Initiative Tobacco Treatment Support Program. And what they do is they meet with students every Friday who's been caught vaping, and they go over the effects of smoking and vaping with them so that they have that information. And that's why we advocated for that at the district level, because we believe that it's something that we should have all across the district and not just here at our school at FO Schlegel High School. Then I will pass it back on to Erica to talk more about our online resources that are offered.
With our online resources, we have Kansas Tobacco Quit Line, Help Me app, and Can Quit. These links where students can find the support from their phones, computer, and other electronic devices so they feel the need to reach out and that they're not alone. Moving on to severity of vaping among Wyandotte County youth. In 2021, more than 1 in 10, 14.4% of Kansas high school students reported using e-cigarettes in the past 30 days.
Going into some of the Wyandotte County numbers, in 2022, 18.7% said they at least tried vaping once, and about 14.51% said that it was very easy to obtain a vape here in Wyandotte County. And while we have no specific rate for Wyandotte County in the past years, we ourselves and other students can attest to at least 2 to 6 students in the bathroom, vaping, smoking, and things like that. And that doesn't include bathrooms during lunchtime or class time.
We'd like to now pass it back to our colleague Uzo.
So we're briefly going to talk about what contributes to the issue of vaping in our community based off of testimonial and also what we have observed. So one testimonial that I've heard a couple of times is that some retailers actually fail to check IDs at the point of purchase for tobacco and nicotine products. I heard that sometimes the retailer will just ask you if you're 21 without checking your ID, and they'll just sell it to you. And some kids know which retailers to get it from legally and which ones not to. So we hope to catch them with this new tobacco retail license program that we have on ground. And I'll pass it back to Erica. Oh,
Okay. Metal detectors. Metal detection systems that are not strong enough to detect certain vapes or vapes hidden in areas such as shoes or undergarments. To get into certain buildings, for example, this one, you have to go through a metal detector, but when you come in with the Apple Watch, you just raise your hand and it goes through. In our school, it's similar, and lots of students do through that. For example, in their undergarments, they'll just say, oh, it's just my bra and it's beeping, but it's actually their vape and it's very easy to sneak in. We've seen it happens every day at our school, and we're wanting to bring awareness to see if we can get better metal detectors to prevent this from happening and stopping tobacco use at our school.
I will also like to talk about the vape trafficking that's happening in our community. I've heard it a couple of times in a couple of different school districts. So one assistant principal mentioned to me that an adult has been using a student with Telegram to sell vape products illegally to other students. And they caught that communication. I heard that recently from another school, at another school district in our community. So this is happening. I talked to the district attorney about this as well. And I would also like to mention that there is a reduced perception of harms and consequences when it comes to vaping. A lot of students just assume that vaping would not have a negative impact on them like cigarettes would. So there definitely needs to be more education. And in some places, administration is kind of losing hope on what next to do, especially with the growing concern. I'll pass it back on to Erica.
Peer pressure. I think we've all gone through this, and it might be done in different ways, not exactly saying, here, take this vape, hit it. But we see our friends do it, and it can influence us, and that's when it starts. We might not like think about it too much, but most students see it in the bathroom, and that's when they're tempted to start using it. It's very easy to get influenced into it, and we're not thinking about it, but it's our students, and they're even doing it in our school areas, in our school fields, and everywhere around, and that's what we're trying to stop. I'll pass it back to Dante.
Then it goes beyond also the retailers and the peer pressure from friends. It's also from relatives, whether that's older parents or their brothers, sisters, siblings, cousins. They have these people who are able to enable them to use these products and go in the store and get these products for them. And like Uzo was mentioning earlier, some people think that vaping really isn't a harm and really is going to harm you. But I also mentioned that they go beyond relatives. I've seen some kids wait outside gas stations for someone who they know of age can go in there and purchase that product for them and go come outside and give it to them. So it is most importantly from individuals who enable these and edge these addictions and vaping on forward from that. And I would like to hand it back to Erica to talk about how this issue affects the student spirits in our county.
There's many inconveniences that we're caused, such as our bathrooms being locked and heavily monitored for both students and school staff. At FL Schlegel High School, during class periods, we have maybe one bathroom open, and not only is this an inconvenience for students, but they have less educational time, and that's what we're worried about because we're so worried about closing the bathrooms that it's causing later effects in the future. We want to make sure to take down tobacco so our students are able to go to the bathroom and come back to class. This is where I pass it on to Dante, who's going to tell us more about this.
So yeah, you have these students who's been called vaping. Usually they're served with ISS in-school suspension, where they in recovery room most of their day. They're not going to classes, getting that educational time from their teachers. But also for the students, she mentioned that there's only one bathroom open usually during class time. They go in to use the restroom and they have to run all over the building trying to figure out which bathroom is open, in which they're losing that education and instructional time from their teachers. Also, the teachers who have to constantly monitor restrooms during lunch, during passing periods, and during class time because they know that these things are happening and they're trying to reduce that. So that also loses valuable instruction time for those students who are in class ready to learn and engage. Then I should pass it over to Uzo to talk about the negative impacts that act more on our academic performance.
Yes, so one of the effects of nicotine is a reduction in learning ability and also a reduction in the ability to be able to concentrate. So because of these things, students would tell you that their grades are going down as a result of vaping. I've also seen testimonials online of other kids saying this as well. And even just the a negative social impact from their other educators and also from coaches, which is important. Shortness of breath is one of the effects of vaping. So if a student's in a sporting activity, which is very common in middle school and high school, they may not be able to perform up to the optimal level. And if coaches find out, they can be kicked off of their team. So it creates even more hardship. And aside from that, it also creates hardship between families. I've had a couple of parents tell me how they caught their children with the vape, and it, just creates that awkward tension. And, sometimes parents are looking for that help on behalf of their child. So I'll pass it back to Erica and Dante and Erica to ask questions to you all later.
Increasing the risk of secondhand smoking. As we all know, smoking causes lung cancer, heart diseases, but it also harms the ones around us. Like when using the bathrooms and you go into one bathroom that is just full of vape, like the vaping air, that's when it catches onto you, and that's when we're not only affected our instructional time, but the teachers will think it's us doing it and cause problems that we don't want happening. We want to bring awareness to this to make sure that our students aren't only affected by the ones doing it, but those who are doing it can see the risk that they're causing others. Now for our questions, I'll pass it to Dante so he could start us off.
As Wyandotte County leaders, you all have a very unique perspective on the issues that are facing the youth in our community. And so to help us better understand like the scope of this issue, we would like to ask if like any of you know any youth in our community that battles with nicotine or tobacco use in Wyandotte County or in our local school systems.
Commissioner is open to answer the question. You were not done with the presentation, correct?
No, sir.
Well, let's hold off on questions.
Then I would like to pass it off to Erica for her question.
As this can be answered later, I would like to ask you guys, how would you feel if you found out your own child was affected firsthand or secondhand by these products? I'll now pass it back to Uzo.
Thank you. So there are some recent updates when it comes to the nicotine, tobacco, and electronic nicotine delivery device landscape in both our country and in Wyandotte County, things that we should look out for in the future. So a couple months ago, the FDA authorized fruit-flavored vapes, which did cause some contention. 2 vapes were authorized, mango flavored and blueberry flavored. Though they say that they are just, it's only available to those who are 21 and older, we know that these flavors attract younger people specifically. There's also the Elf Bar, which is kind of like a smart vape device, like it has some of the features of a smartphone. And there's these things called Zen pouches. You might see the advertisements at gas stations. They look like gum, which also attracts younger people as well, but they are taken orally at the height of the gums so they can pass metal detectors. And some parents in our community thinks that might help their children when it comes to attention deficit disorders. But the issue is that the nicotine can travel fast to the brain and cause addiction, leading to creating a gateway to other drugs. So the last thing that we have before we move on to questions is a call to action for you all, something for you all to consider as we have had the opportunity to present. So I would like to, first of all, call to action the ability to create accessibility and funding for nicotine replacement therapy products and also tobacco treatment recovery services at the health department. I've had people call in asking me for nicotine replacement therapy, And I believe that as a health department, that's something that we should have on hand, especially if we have a tobacco program. Because of the limitations of my grant, I'm not able to do direct services for tobacco treatment recovery services. However, if we do have additional funding, we may be able to hire someone, maybe part-time, that can do treatment recovery services. We had that for a short moment. Even one person successfully quit vaping because of that, and it was free. So I believe that this was a good resource for our community. I also ask for support in tobacco reduction and access policy campaigns. Most likely in the future, they may come along, whether it's both locally or on the state level. There may be a chance with our new program coordinator that handles the tobacco retail license program to propose a tobacco retailer density resolution ordinance. And we would really greatly appreciate your support if we are to if we have the chance to ever present on that, both locally and, also on the state level with our House of Representatives. I also ask for contributions to public awareness campaigns, op-eds, or community forums. And the invitation, because the Tobacco-Free Wyandotte County Coalition is open to everyone, whether you have experience in tobacco or not, as long as you have the heart to want to see this problem resolve in our community. To become a member, as I mentioned before, one of our commissioners who actually was able to arrange for this to happen expressed interest in becoming a member of the coalition. And I'll pass it on to my colleagues, Erica and Dante, to finish off the call to action.
Our show. We need to show support and collaboration for anti-tobacco events hosted in Wyandotte County. This is how we bring more attention and we bring people to understand how bad this truly is. To promoting counseling and NRT, which is nicotine replacement therapy availability, and in our schools and over our community for education over discipline. A great way to provide help to our students in our district is NRT, like I mentioned. We will be placed in this journey where we're not just giving them consequences, but we're giving them other resources for them to know that we're here helping them as well. I can now pass it on to Dante.
Then we would like to advocate for a better vape detection system at the entrance of schools, as that's usually when they start coming in, they get them through the metal detectors. Like Erica said, they put them in their undergarments, and then it's easy. All you have to do is raise your hand to get in with the Apple Watch. But also inside the school, the bathrooms and where they vaping is taking place. And I'll let Erica go more into details on that.
Vape alarms. As this might seem small, but it's very mighty. Vape alarms are a great way to start catching, per se, the students who are vaping, and it will set off smoke when the vape is hit. And then that's when administration can come in and can tell the students, and that's when we show them like replacement for it and how to better like the way they're doing things, because that's really when students will have the call to action to be able to stop. We can now pass it back to Uzo.
So we want to thank you all for your time and willingness to listen. I want to thank Commissioner Evelyn Hill for, believing in us presenting to you all, and Commissioner Ramirez for putting this on the agenda. So we're open to any questions. I know that they asked you both questions earlier. Assuming if there's time, we are willing to listen and hear you all out.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It is awesome to see students taking leadership on something and having you, it shows that you care for our community and your fellow students. So thank you for that. Does any member of the committee have any questions or comments? Commissioner Lopez.
Lopez, District 6. Wasn't it not too long ago, a student, or I don't think it was around here, but a vape kind of blew up on them and either killed them or hurt them really, really bad?
Was that also related to like, was it fentanyl?
I don't know. I just remember reading something on the news app that a vape exploded and burnt their face or did something really bad. I can't remember what it was. It was something along the lines of that.
Here in Wyandotte County?
No, I don't think it was around here. I think it was like out east somewhere, or New Jersey or somewhere out that way. And there was a big, I think they were actually pulling vapes because there was a recall or something.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that news story, but I am aware that vapes can explode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Hill, and then Commissioner Cum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say to Ms. Yuzo, did I say it right? No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to annihilate your name. I apologize. And to the students, thank you very much for coming. I appreciate your courage, not just to be in our commission meeting, but to be going against the trend that is happening in our student life. And so thank you for your courage in taking on this mantle. And I certainly appreciate it. One of your questions was, what would you do if you found out that one of your children was on it? I would be devastated, and I would have to learn what you were teaching us today, because I didn't know. I didn't know of the effects, the negative effects that it does to the body and the brain and all of that. So thank you for the presentation, and I appreciated you all coming up to my office and just sharing with me and really educating me. It's all a part of public health. So the health department is really shining tonight. So we appreciate the efforts that the health department is doing. And even with our youth and our babies, I appreciate so much this whole presentation. So I just want you all, I'm saying all this to say what? Keep up the good work. Don't stop, because this, it takes time to make change. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Cum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Come to at large. First, I want to start by commending you for being here, especially the students. This is not easy to get up and talk to a room full of people like this. So just really impressed with your initiative and leadership and really just taking this on. So I wanted to commend you for that. I do have a few questions. My first question about the resist chapters, how are those organized? Are those by school or by school district, or just how are those organized?
It's organized by a school or by a nonprofit. So we have one that's been running for almost 3 years at Sumner Academy of Arts and Sciences, specifically with their biomedical science class. We have another one at FL Schlegel, where these two kids come from with their National Honor Society. We recently started one with JC Harmon with their National Honor Society. There's a nonprofit grant-funded program with the University of Kansas called Thrive. It's focused on reducing youth violence, but they were interested in adding resist to what they do. So we are in the process of finalizing that agreement, and starting today, I actually had them over for a summer camp and told them about the harms of tobacco and the tobacco industry. So this upcoming school year, we should get into event planning and programming. So after everything is said and done, we should have about 4 of those in Wyandotte County.
Awesome, thank you, and that's exciting. My next question is, have you presented this to the school board or the school districts? I think this is very pertinent information, particularly with the vape alarms that were mentioned as vape detection. So I was just curious if the school board had seen this.
So it wasn't the full school board, it was the student services division, I believe. We had the assistant superintendent for that and her whole team there, but we haven't did a full board meeting with the Board of Education yet.
Okay, thank you. My final question is for Erica and Dante specifically. Because when I was in high school, smoking and vaping was on the decline. It's been a little while. So what's driving, in your opinion? Thank you. Y'all are the boots on the ground. You're in there every day. What is driving, in your mind, this kind of increased interest from young people in tobacco?
I would like to say it's the taste that they feel, and it makes them feel like high in a way where that they're not feeling their emotions. And I feel like a lot of students use this as a way to escape from reality. And in general, it just ends up bad because they end up in addiction or they end up overdosing, which has also happened at our school a lot. And that's what we're trying to bring awareness to, because they're just using it as an escape. And that's, we want to bring an alternative to it.
I would say that, and also what she mentioned earlier, they see their friends doing it and they think it's like a trend to follow, and they decide to do it and they get kind of hooked on it and they continue doing it.
Thank you. And again, I want to commend you both, all of you, but particularly the students. Takes a lot of courage and it's very impressive. So thank you for presenting to us. Chair, I have no further comments or questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Kump. Commissioner Howard.
Our District 1. I just want to say stallions stand up. As a former stallion myself, graduated in 2005. I like to think I represent the stallions really well, but you tonight, the both of you, Dante and Erica, you outdid yourselves, and I'm extremely proud of you. The way that you presented yourselves, and also the way that you took the time to do your homework, right? You pulled the data, you got an opportunity to sit down with your peers, different organizations, partner with them. That is the true definition of collaboration and we, not me. But I'll ask this one question and I'll get off of here. To Dante and Erica, what is one thing that your elected officials, outside of the presentation that you showed us tonight with the call to actions, what is one thing that we could do as elected officials to go the extra mile to make sure that we're supporting not just your initiative, but initiative that it seems like a lot of our youth are being victimized by?
Yeah, sorry. So, like Erica mentioned, we host a lot of programming events at Schlegel. We have some coming up, I believe in fall, I believe this fall. And also that just if you were in high school and you experienced this, whether you tried it or not, share that experience with our youth and connect with them and explain why didn't you try it or why you did try it and why you no longer do it, and what's life looking like for you now that you don't do these certain type of things.
Like Dante mentioned, we just want you guys to be there, show that support, so those students have those experiences, like in those talks, so they know how their life could be looked at, and if they take that alternative to not continue using tobacco products and how their life can better. We would just like you guys to show up to the events, and we appreciate your interest here already. And if you guys would like to come to our Dodge the Addiction in the fall, we can make that happen as well.
Commissioner Howard, do you have anything else?
Yes, thank you both for sharing that. And then the last thing is, you all are a part of this community and you all experience things in your community every single day, right? And so you all have a choice to make different decisions every single day, right? Outside of what your peers do. What I wanna know from you all is, what separates you all and what different decisions do you make every day to make sure that you're not escaping, if you will, away from life?
I'd say not participating in those actions, because I know the harms of it, especially being in the resist chapter, doing the presentations, going to the school boards, doing all the research. It really shows me how I don't want to put that into my body. We've seen videos of how they create tobacco, and that's not something I want to participate in. And I also tell my friends and family, let's step away from that. And I try to encourage them, seeing and telling them like, hey, like maybe that's not the best like way to escape life, because I've really seen the damage it's done to people. I've had friends and family go through that, and I wouldn't personally want to experience that myself.
I'd have to say, that as well, not trying it, but also doing this outreach, so for, we learned their concerns about it. We're not just going to just run away. Oh, I know it, it's not hurting me. I'm fine, but also informing others of it. So we're just not putting ourselves first, but making sure that others and our peers know this. So I would say, this outreach and letting our friends, family members and stuff like that know the risk, and just try to, get them away from these type of things.
As long as we have the both of you leading these initiatives every single day, I'm very, very hopeful that Wyandotte County is going to be in good hands. Thank you all for your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes, I'm going to switch up the gears a little bit on you. What, instead of tobacco at your schools, do you see more, I don't want to say more, but a lot of marijuana smoking, if you will? Tobacco wasn't really, well, at Turner, that's where I went to high school. I mean, we were cowboys and chewed, but there was more to marijuana smoking going on than a lot of tobacco. Do you see that at your schools?
Yes, when we go into bathrooms, 9 times out of 10, there's always somebody smoking in there, and it's mainly nicotine. I've seen marijuana use as well, or fentanyl, where they take pills, or like Uzo was talking about earlier, Zins, and they take it by mouth. So it's a variety of everything, but it's mainly nicotine.
So, and it sounds like to me more that these kids are trying to escape from something. And that's why they're doing that. I mean, how do we focus more on their emotions and like what's going on? Why do you have to smoke anything or take anything because you're escaping something? What's the matter? Like what can we dig deeper? And have you guys looked into that?
This is why we have our resources and NRT, which is our nicotine replacement therapy. And in these therapies, we provide them with help. Maybe people are going through depression and that might be the escape they're looking for. So that's what we're trying to bring awareness to help these students understand how it's bad and bring them towards those alternatives and how then later they can be helped in a different way, maybe offering them therapy. Because like I said, they might be going through something, and that's what we want to see through because we want to make sure we better our community.
Can I also add something that, counseling as well, knowing that there is help for them other than nicotine, vaping, or smoking in general. There is help out there than just these things. There's people out there that you can talk to and you can let them know what's going on. There's resources out there for you beyond, vaping, smoking, and doing any type of drugs at all.
Cool beans. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Again, I want to thank you guys for coming before us with this presentation. I thank Commissioner Hill for contacting me and requesting that this item be placed on the agenda. I had absolutely no problem adding this, and so that we can have this information. I remember when I met with Carrie Rinker a year or two when we've passed the retail license, and I was a big proponent and big person, helped her try to get that through, and we were able to get that passed. And so I'm happy that we did that. Going off to just what Commissioner Lopez was just talking about, that quote unquote escape, as you were talking about. Being a former worker in education and an educator, I'm a very, very big proponent of our schools teaching SEL, social and emotional learning, and teaching our kids to express their emotions, be okay with expressing our emotions, but also being able to explain their emotions, not just to themselves, but to the people around them. I'm a very big proponent of that. And I agree with Commissioner Kump about our school board. I do think KCKPS school board should hear this exact presentation from two of their own very students who are taking the lead on this. And I will reach out to the couple friends I have on the school board and ask them to request that you guys present to them at next school board meeting, because it's important for them. We here in this committee and the commission, we can be there to help advocate and to help just be part of the conversation, but we really don't have much authority to change things in the schools. That goes to the school board. But I will do what I can to help you get to the school board so that maybe some of those changes can happen. So again, I just want to thank you for coming, for your leadership. Commissioner Lopez.
I have one more question. I totally forgot to ask this. What is the repercussions with the retailer that sells to minors?
So there are levels of repercussions. So if they are caught, because we do we'll do unannounced compliance checks. So if they are caught once, they'll be fined, I believe, $500. And I believe that they would have their license taken away for a couple of weeks. If they are caught twice within a 36-month period, because after being caught once, they would have to be inspected again a second time. They will have an increased fine, and their license can be suspended, revoked, or their privileges to renew can be held away for an extended amount of time. If they are caught 3 times, I believe the fine is up to $1,250. And I believe that their ability to renew or have their license suspended or taken away can be up to 1 year. If they're caught, I think it's the 4th violation, that's up to $2,000, and your license can be suspended, revoked, or your chances for renewal can be taken away for up to 2 years.
So is this through our state legislations?
It's through our Wyandotte County local legislation, because the state of Kansas doesn't have a tobacco retail license enforcement for the individual counties. Each county is responsible for how they want to go about that. Though the state of Kansas does require you to purchase a license from them if you are to sell in the state of Kansas, but it's our responsibility here in Wyandotte County to ensure that our retailers are in compliance.
So let me do this. I would like to see, and this is a big push, first offense be $10,000 fine. I mean, because I mean, these boys are turning money hand over fist. They don't care. $500 is a drop in the bucket. And then they're like, hey, we just got to watch out and make sure, there's not a decoy in here. That's a drop in the bucket. But 1,300, what's that, 1,350 you said?
That's 1,250. That should be after the 3rd offense. And then the 4th offense is like $2,000.
Yeah, so even $2,000, that's a drop in the bucket for these boys. I'd like to see first offense, $10,000 right off the bat. I mean, that right there will get their attention. Because selling to a minor, I know it's tobacco, but what else are they selling? And this $2,000, that's a drop in the bucket. That's nothing. But you hit them for $10,000 right off the bat, and that'll hurt them hard. That'll shut them down. I mean, we're talking about our kids here. There's no more games, because $2,000, that's a game. That's nothing. I'd like to see what we can do about that, and just Ari Wall with that license, see you bye. This is our youth. This is like selling fentanyl to these kids. To me, it's no difference. I I'd like to, maybe I'll get with Commissioner Comp and the mayor and see what we can do about that. If that's our ordinance that we set, let's, yeah, $2,000 it's in my pocket. That's nothing. Let's hit them hard. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. I agree. I think at the time when Carrie had brought the American Heart Association brought the ordinance forward, it was just, those were just the repercussions that the enforcement actions that it just came up with the moment, they did in the moment. Again, the code is our own. We can make the enforcement actions steeper if we'd like, but within reason and reasonable, not reasonable, but within legal bounds. And I know council's about to step in.
Don't rain on my parade.
Sorry, Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. We are limited by state statute on max amounts that we can have for fines on certain things. So we would have to see if we've reached the max, if we can go higher. But if you ask us to bring that forward in conjunction with the health department, we would absolutely take a look.
I think that would be a good idea. And I'm going to jump ahead and make that request for Commissioner Lopez that we do that and bring that back at a future meeting. Wesley or Mr. McCain?
Thank you. Wesley McCain from the Health Department. We would welcome conversations about how to strengthen the enforcement. I will point out that convenience stores, especially where a lot of these products are sold, they can make up to 25% of their revenue on tobacco products. And so even more significant, I think, than the fine could be the suspension. And I think that's one of the reasons for the suspensions on some of those bigger ones, because I agree. I think compared to the amount of money that they're making, you're right. But also, if you think about them not being able to sell anything for 2 years or 1 year, I think if we're kind of thinking about enforcement, that might be another place to look as well.
Well, what I'm saying too is, yeah, okay, so they get hit with $500, even let's say $2,000, and they're suspended. Their license. Who's to say they're still not selling? But you hit them in the pocketbook hard. That's got their undivided attention, because I guarantee they might have a suspension on their life. They're still selling they're still selling it. I guarantee it. Oh, we got to hit them in the pocketbook and hit them hard. Tell them, hey, we ain't playing. We're not playing games.
We would welcome that. And we're actually establishing the inspection system right now.
Mhm.
We have the law, but as far as the compliance checks, so I think we might, I will have more data kind of on how that's going soon as well, just kind of how it's going. And if, when we do our first set of compliance checks, how many people fail, what happens when you go again. So I think that's a great question. Like, if they do get suspended, then how do we make sure that they're not doing it? How often do we need to check? Those are things, because we're just getting this started, I don't think we have the answers for yet.
Right. Well, if we got to get some legislators on the horn, let's go. Let's do it. And a slap on the hand, but when you start getting in their pocketbook, then now you got their attention. 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seeing that there are no other further questions or comments, I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments were received.
Thank you. I'll now ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a comment.
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. And is there anyone appearing in person who would like to address this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. All right, thank you, committee. This item is for information only. Again, thank you, Uzo, and thank you, Erica and Dante, for your work, your leadership. Let's keep up the work, and let's get some of your classmates to join you on this fight. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, moving along. Our next item is item number 4.8. It's not the final, sorry. We rearrange things. Our next item is a presentation on the overview of the Treasury Department Division of Motor Vehicles assessment done by our Finance Department. I will recognize Dr. Shelley Knieven, Chief Financial Officer, for presentation and remarks.
Thank you. And I'm joined by Leslie Stroshine, Debbie Johnson, and we also have, well, for this presentation, these two. For the grant discussion, we also have Lupe. So sorry about that. So we're going to give you an overview of a presentation. As you mentioned earlier, customer service is a huge issue, a huge priority for not just the commission, but for also the staff. And as we know, everybody has their beloved experiences at the DMV, the Motor Vehicles Division. And so we work very hard to try to make improvements. One of the things we did this last year is we had an outside operational assessment come in and look at our operations, give us some data so that we can make some informed decisions. And so we're going to give you an update on that process today. Couple of things we're going to talk about is what's our goal? What do we do? Who are our customers? How do we serve them? Some recent things we've done to make improvements, and then some recommendations that we have for you to consider. So our goal is to align our efforts and drive success. We need effective customer service and have process efficiencies. We want to measure that by making sure that we process all required transactions correctly, that we distribute receipts correctly, and then we serve our citizens and our residents and businesses the best way we possibly can. I do want to emphasize a couple places throughout this presentation, you'll hear me mention, we are heavily regulated by the state. So there's only so much that we can do, that we're permitted to do, but what we do locally, we want to make sure we do the very best that we can, and we're constantly looking at how we can make improvements. So in terms of what does the DMV do, we handle the motor vehicle laws, registration requirements, titles, and then also people pay their property taxes for their personal property. We are basically regulated through the state of Kansas, through the Department of Revenue, Division of Vehicles. The county treasurer for all counties in the state of Kansas are then required statutorily to administer the DMV office. So the state requires that we do this service and handle the day-to-day work locally, but the state then provides the IT systems that must be used by the county. The county treasurers are basically acting as an agent for the state, and I'll talk about the funding or lack thereof here in a couple of minutes. So this includes vehicle titles, registrations, renewals, plate issuances, collection of fees, collection of the sales taxes for new vehicles, property tax collections tied to the vehicles, and then we also then distribute that to all the taxing districts, and handicap placard issuances. So a little bit about who we serve and how much we do. I am sure that you have heard constituent complaints from time to time about DMV, about having to wait in line, not being able to get an appointment. But you have to keep in perspective the level of service that we're doing. Now, this is for a year and a half, which was our study period. We looked at data from January 24 through June of 25. And in that time period, we had 170,000 registrations. We had 72,376 new titles. We had 144,000 miscellaneous services. And then we did get customer service feedback because we do ask the customers for their feedback. If you were to convert that into, that's total 380, almost 87,000 transactions in a year and a half, which is about 21,000 per month or 258,000 transactions per year. So I always try to remind people, when you do have a citizen complaint, I understand, and sometimes things do go wrong, but if you consider the context of 258,000 transactions we are doing every single year, we actually have a pretty good track record, but that doesn't mean we don't want to do it more and do it better. We have 3 locations. As you all know, the commission supported us adding a 3rd location at Bonner Springs City Hall this last fall. We have the annex and the courthouse. We have in-person transactions. Only the renewals and only certain renewals can be done online, which is governed by the state of Kansas. We cannot change that. We're not allowed to. The rest of those have to be done in person. For the online items, we do allow, of course, people can come in person. And sometimes they do have to come in person if they haven't owned vehicle for more than 12 months, or if for some reason their insurance hasn't been uploaded, they've got to come in person. So, but we do have still about half of our renewals are coming in person that they could do it online. So we're constantly educating people because it's a very quick and easy process for them to do that. We have pre-scheduled appointments. There are limited slots per day based on the number of people we can serve. And I'll talk about it in a minute, but we're looking at how we can make improvements. We have walk-in, as well as you can go online and get a virtual spot in line. I liken it to call-ahead seating at a restaurant where you can get in line. You can get in line virtually, sign up with your cell phone, and it will text you when you're within 30 minutes of your time period coming up. So we've made great advances to try and make it easier for people. There's also mail and a drop box. You can just drop off the materials and we will follow up with you, or you can send it in the mail. So we have a lot of different ways that we serve all of those customers. Like I said, about 258,000 a year. The in-person, this is just a little breakdown. What's important is, and I've given you a copy of the whole study, is for you to look and see, our Bonner Springs in particular, we're tracking that. It's only open 2 days a week for renewals only. And we're finding about 621 people per month are using that location, which is exceptional when you consider 2 days a week. That is actually leading us to want to implement one of the recommendations we will be looking at, which is to have some dedicated lines at the courthouse and the annex for renewals only. And I'll explain here in a minute how we're going to accomplish that, because we're seeing those quick transactions. If we can get them segmented, we can serve people better and quicker than the longer term. To help us organize our work, the study that we did, and we have the outside consultants do, that chart on the lower right-hand side looks at how long it takes us to do those different transactions. So we can try to organize our work. A renewal is a quicker transaction than a new purchase, a new title, or if you've got some issue with your title, maybe someone has passed away in your family and you're going through a process of doing a transfer upon death or a miscellaneous transaction. So this is really important data, a lot more in the written study, but it helps us, informs us as to how we can do things better. How we're structured to do all of those transactions, kind of the middle of the chart on the right, is 26 employees do all of this countywide. They do 258,000 a year transactions with 26 employees. We have 2 supervisors, we have leads, as well as some specialists, and assistants are our frontline people. So that is the way that we're doing this work. And that's for all kinds of transactions, be it walk-in, online, mail, or Dropbox. We have 9 windows at the courthouse, 8 at the annex. Bonner Springs has 1, but we always staff it with 2 people. And so that's just a little bit about the who is behind all of this work. So it's a very small staff doing an inordinate amount of work each year. So how are we funded? We're currently funded, it costs us about $2.2 million for those employees, as well as the office supplies and all the things that go with running an office. Because of how the state statutes were, we were really only able to keep a $5 fee on each transaction from each new registration and renewal. So and a little bit of other fees as well, but about $1 million a year, which means that this county general fund is subsidizing the motor vehicles operation. So the property taxes, real estate taxes, are paying for the DMV costs because of how the funding was structured. And we've got a recommendation to bring forward so that this would be self-supporting with some changes in state law that we advocated for. Meanwhile, the state, who requires us to do this operation locally, they get about $7.6 million a year, even though they have the computer systems and such. Most of the revenue is going to the state, and we'll continue to advocate that some of that can stay local to help support this operation. It's not permitted right now. Right now, we have the $5 fee. There is a facility fee that we could have had in place. And that was something we explored and looked at during COVID, but it's not in place at this time. Just as an example, this just shows you an example of a receipt. And you can see in this case, it was a bill that was for $1,836. And to run that whole operation and to collect those funds, we got to keep $6.50. $5 of it was a fee, and then a little bit of the other fees that were charged for that particular transaction. That's pretty typical as to how these transactions go. The rest of it was, the majority of it was the personal property taxes, which then are distributed to the proper taxing districts, which we do as well in Treasury. So some things that we've done to enhance customer service recently is, like I mentioned, the Bonner Springs pilot. We are getting fantastic comments back. People are very appreciative of that location. It is a great partnership with the city of Bonner Springs. They allow us to use the space at no cost, and it is open to anybody in Wyandotte County. We've separated out a property tax window at the annex so that if you're there to deal with your real estate, you're not combined with the DMV traffic that's coming in there. You're segmented off to try and serve just all of our customers better. We've got better training and onboarding for our new hires. I will say this is a high turnover position. It's frontline. It's not the most enjoyable. I would venture to say people aren't thrilled to have to go and pay their taxes and get their tax renewed. They're frustrated in many cases because they have to come in person. Again, that's a state requirement, not our requirement. So it's really critical that we make sure that we've equipped our team with good customer service skills, as well as knowing how to run the county system. We also make sure that we do not close windows at lunchtime. That was something that we changed when I came. We had been closing for a half hour during lunchtimes. We do not do that now. We're constantly revamping our website. We have the chat bot, which is available now through 311 that can help answer some basic questions. And we just deployed new point of sale credit card machines, which helps us become compliant with PCI, which is something that was needed to be done a couple of years ago. And so we are now compliant. In terms of pain points, there is always room for improvement. I know this. We all know this. In the report, we looked at data in terms of we have walkaways of or walk-ins that we have to turn away. That's in the report. And it's because the time slots are filled. The people are actually there physically sitting in the waiting area. So we can't help that person that might find their way to the window because that's other people are sitting there that we need to serve. So we need to increase our capacity to serve more. You can, again, think about a restaurant. You go into a restaurant, they're filled up. We are not taking anybody else for the rest of the night. Same kind of idea, but we run into that, maybe 10 people per day. So we know we have a capacity issue. We know we need to rework our window and line dedication. Our current queuing system for people just combines all of the DMV work together. So you may be coming because you have a renewal that should be quick, and I may be coming because I have 5 new vehicles that my family bought and I need to title them all. That's going to require very different time. And because of our online or our line management system, which is electronic, doesn't segment out the type of activity you need to do, the number of vehicles that you're dealing with. We just put an assessment of how much time for everybody, and it's all commingled. That's not the best way. That's not the most efficient way. We need to dedicate some lines, which will be focused on those quicker transactions to get those people through quicker, so they don't have to wait on the longer transactions. We're going to be able to do that. We've had our kickoff call for a new program called QLIS. It is a line management program that a lot of DMVs in Kansas and Missouri are using. So we're very excited about that. It was very inexpensive, and it will help us manage and segment out people by the type of transaction that they have. We also learned through our study that we had about 31% of the people that took one of those time slots that did not show up. And so that was using time that could have been scheduled for somebody else. And so one of the things that we're looking at is that requiring through that automated system, requiring a confirmation. And if you don't confirm, cancel. A lot of doctor's offices are doing this now. It helps us manage the flow of people. And again, the idea is to try and serve the people that are going to be there in person, which the great majority of transactions have to be, in the most efficient way possible. The second thing is to reduce the time to process the transactions. So making sure that we have checklists that are available both online and in person so that people can make sure, okay, my transaction's this, I have everything I need. Oh, wait, I'm missing that. I can go run and get it. To have pre-check clerks, we do typically have that so long as we've got full staffing. We don't have people out on leave. We have somebody that's at a window that you can go up and say, here's all my papers. Do I have the right thing? But we are exploring some newer tools that we'll bring back to you that might be able to do that in an automated way online where you could upload those documents and it could pre-screen for that kind of transaction. You've got the right stuff or you're missing this or that. So looking at ways that we can do that. Encouraging more online transactions. We're constantly marketing to people. If it's a renewal, and the state is the one that sends out the renewal notice, and you can go online and you can do that all from your phone or from your computer. It takes very few minutes. I've done it personally. It's very quick. So we want to encourage people to move that way, and it is moving that way slowly, but it is moving that way. Sometimes, though, it's like I said, they have to come in person because they did try to do it online and it failed. The insurance providers are required to upload insurance so that it can be verified. That is a state requirement. We cannot process a renewal if we cannot access online through the state system that your insurance has been renewed, or if you've owned that vehicle for 12 months or less, and again, that's a state requirement. We are looking at working with the state to try and get them to modernize a bit and allow more types of online transactions, and also to allow us to put some kiosks out in the community. Johnson County was a pilot that got to do that, some kiosks where you could walk up and kind of like BPU has that here in Wyandotte County, but the state will not allow any other counties to do that. And so we are continuing to work with them. But in the meantime, we are looking at putting in some self-serve stations. So the physical space is one of the things we want to improve. We want to improve signage. These spaces were not built to be DMV offices. So that's a bigger picture conversation we need to have over the long term. But one of the things we thought we could try and we would do is have self-serve. It's basically a kiosk, but it's a computer. So that if you can't do it on your phone or you don't have internet at home, you can walk in and you can either do your work there on the computer online, you don't have to wait in line, or you can get in queue versus for the virtual line, or you can reserve a future appointment. So just having that computer available to people, we think will be an enhancement, albeit a small one, but a better enhancement for customer service. The space is limited by the number of windows that we currently have. And ultimately, we really do need to look at what would be an optimal space design for a DMV and where would it go? Should we do multiple smaller sites, one large site? Johnson County, we went and toured their location. It's amazing. I highly encourage you to compare and contrast Johnson County's DMV, go check it out, and then go to our annex. And I think you'll see what our space limitations are in terms of level of customer service. It's not because we don't desire to get good customer service. Our space just is not designed for that. Staffing, we also want to hire additional staff to process transactions. More importantly, and we've had this question a lot, or equally important, is that why don't we offer extended hours? Why do we not offer Saturday hours? Because people are at work and we're open during work hours. It's a very fair question, and the reason is because the state system, their IT system provides no support after 4:30 or on weekends. So working with the state to provide that IT support so that if we open, that system stays up, or if there's nuances or issues that come up, which they do, they come up all the time, that we have somebody at the state that we can work with, because again, we have to use their system. We're accessing their system. So we don't offer extended hours, but it's because of a limitation by the state. So that's something that we really want to try and encourage them to look at. So in terms of adding some resources to the big picture here, there was a bill that started out as Senate Bill 404. It ultimately got adopted as a different number, but is commonly referred to as Senate Bill 404. And this was allowing a county to add up to a $10 fee for every new transaction, in addition to the $5 service fee that we have now. So this was a specific enabling legislation. Some of the counties put it into effect this year, or parts of it, and you can phase it in. But if we were to put that whole $10 in place on each one of the transactions, it would generate $1.6 million more in revenue based on how many transactions we do. Now, granted, I understand it is a fee that would be being paid by our residents because the state doesn't give us any money to do this operation, but require us to do it. But if we implemented the full $10, that would free up funds to be able to hire 3 new DMV assistants, frontline workers, to work those windows so that we always have them staffed, or as much as possible. And it would make the DMV self-sufficient. It would fully fund the DMV. No longer would the county general fund be subsidizing the DMV. Right now, people's real estate taxes are going to fund the DMV. This would put all of the expenses to DMV over on those DMV transactions. So it's a more appropriate funding source. And frankly, it will help us with the county general fund. That's an important point given we're in the midst of budget. So what we would recommend is that 3 new FTEs be approved. 60,000 would be for a space needs study for us to really assess what is it we need to properly serve the public. The rest of that 1.4 million would go to then no longer require the general fund on the county side to fund the DMV. The DMV would be self-sufficient, taking that burden off the county general fund, which you all know is extremely limited on funding. So it addresses a couple of things in terms of what are the things we need. Short-term, additional resources. Longer term, we need to figure out the best space that we could have. And then it also addresses making the DMV pay its own way. And that makes it so that the general fund is not. Douglas County, Johnson County, Sedgwick, and Shawnee are all doing versions of this. So all the larger counties are doing different amounts and staging it or phasing it in, but they're all looking at implementing this. So we would not be the outlier. I think that's an important point. So big picture on this is that a couple of things in terms of next steps. So QLIS, this is the line management system that is underway. We were able to purchase that with our treasury technology fee, which, by the way, with the recorders, for each recorded document, there's like $1 that goes over to certain fees based on state statute. And there's a fund that's for the treasurer technology fee. It doesn't generate a whole lot of money, but it was enough to be able to fund this program, which was less than $20,000. It will allow us to operate much more efficiently and better for the citizens so that we segment out the lines so that quick transaction doesn't have to wait for 5 people with a long transaction ahead of me. We're looking at those pre-screening options. Like I said, we want to always have that person work in that window. And then we're looking at some ways that we could do that with technology, improve the signage is something over the next couple of months, and then consider the fee implementation. And if there was support on the part of this committee, we would bring forward an ordinance for you to adopt that, and that would go into effect January 1st. It would require an ordinance to put that in effect, enabled by the state legislation, and then we can elect to put that into effect. And like I said, it would help us not just be able to provide a better level of service for the DMV, but also make sure it was self-sufficient, that it was funding it, paying its own way. So just wanted to give an update in terms of the study that we did, things that we've been doing, and things we're looking at doing, because we do believe in good customer service, and we do know that citizens oftentimes are frustrated if they have a long line, they have to wait. There are times, not all the time, not every day, but there are times where there are lines outside the door in the morning, and those are people coming to get in line. If people are listening online, what they should do is go on their computer and get in line, call ahead, waiting like a restaurant, get in line virtually. That's a wonderful way to save them some time, but I know that sometimes people just want to be there because they're worried they won't be able to get in. So we want to minimize that, provide the best level of service we can with the resources we have. But that fee is an action item for you all to give us some guidance on. The rest of it's underway, and we'll keep doing improvements and enhancements, and we'll give you updates in the future. With that, any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Knieven. This was one of the items that I had spoken with, now our interim administrator, House about, was the DMV. And that was part of my goal of the chair of this committee, was us being more proactive than reactive. Because I feel like we have been reactive to the DMV woes of our community. And so thank you for that, for doing that assessment and that study. We have now a list of what needs to be done and how we can improve. Is it going to completely fix it? No, but it's a first step to make it better than what it currently is. To go to the fee, to talk about that, could we, in a way, administratively or policy-wise, turn it into an enterprise fund instead for the DMV?
In essence, it would be, so the expenses are segmented, their expense in their own division, own cost centers, account codes. And so, and then the revenue would be associated with it. So in essence, it would be, enterprise funds is an accounting term for government accountant standards. So it wouldn't technically be one, but it would be self-sufficient. It would be a way that we could make sure that it was paying its own way. Over time, if we don't get permission from the state to increase that fee more, or for the state to give us more funding, as those normal expenses go up, just inflation, then it wouldn't cover. So we'll keep track of that and raise that to your all's attention through the budget process each year, that, now it's requiring a subsidy. And because we're required to do this, we don't have a choice. It's a requirement. It's one of those required services, not discretionary. But yeah, it's essentially would be an enterprise fund, the way we think of it, and it would be self-sufficient, and it's a better way to fund it, to make it directly related to the DMV transaction costs, as opposed to from the county's general fund.
Okay, thank you. And for our older population that may not have technology, may not have Wi-Fi access, when we're going through these new updates, do we work with, does the Treasury or the Finance Department work with the new Aging and Human Services Department of connecting resources to that population so that they are able to as well know what's happening, these updates, but also help them in the process of registering, renewal, what have you, when they come to the Treasury?
And Commissioner, that's a great idea. What I could envision is at the congregate meal sites for us to actually periodically send somebody there to do kind of an FYI, how do I do this? But we simply, right now, we don't have a lot of person-to-person outreach because we're manning the windows. But it's an excellent idea. And in a way, we could train the train our own folks that are working those programs to help folks be able to navigate those systems. So we do understand not everybody has a computer. Age regardless, it can be ability to work on a computer or just access. And so making sure people know what they need to do and can get that information is very important. And things like at the Dropbox, making sure you can have information sheets right there that say, here's what you need for you to just drop it in here. And then we have people that work the back office that will handle your transaction. And they follow up, they contact the person, call or email, whichever, to can hold you that here's what's going to happen or you were missing this. And so there's a lot of person-to-person contact, but that's an excellent idea of how we could even reach more people.
No, I think it's a great idea. It's just making our DMV just more accessible to everybody in our community. And I'm very happy I supported us opening in Bonner, and I see the success it has there. Any, Commissioner Lopez?
Lopez, District 6. I'm going to ask this question, but I don't want to sound too harsh either. But I'm just going to ask it. How trained is the management of that department? And the reason why I'm asking, because I've talked to two different ladies that worked in that department and were basically let go, and they were frustrated. And I asked them what their frustration was because they're very smart individuals. And I didn't ask them both at the same time. I didn't even let them know that I was asking. I talked to one lady and then was talking to another lady. But they both told me that they were trying to do whatever task that they were, however, and one manager is telling them to do it one way, and another one's telling them to do it a completely different way. And then another one's telling them to do it a completely different way than the other ways. And I'm like, well, okay, well, that needs to be addressed. So that could be an issue. So how well are our employees trained in that department as far as training the new employees?
Yes, Commissioner, I appreciate the question. One of the things we've done was because we have high turnover, which is partly because of the nature of the job, but partly, people may get frustrated. We do have a lot of attendance issues, so sometimes people are let go for other reasons. It's not to dismiss at all, though, that there might be training issues. So we did revamp all of the training. We've documented the processes and procedures. Frankly, we have to because we do have new people that come in, and we have to train them very quickly. And they're required to be trained before they can even access the state system. So we have to keep that documentation as well. So it's not just the frontline folks that need to be trained, it's our supervisors also that need to be trained. It's a fair point. We've had turnover in our supervisors as well. So it's just a constant, evolving system, but we have made improvements to that. And we want to retain people. We have some of our employees have been with us a long time. A lot of employees, frankly, are hired into the DMV, and they still work for the UG and they now work for other departments. We've recently lost a couple to our fine clerk's office. So, or the DMV or the property tax side.
Yeah.
So it's, part of it is just the nature of the work, but part of it is.
I understand that. I mean, I went as far as even going to DMV over at Johnson County over in Mission and just sat there. I mean, in and out. There's not a line like we have. And
We have that line management system that we're going to be moving to. So I am excited that I think that will help a lot. But if you have been to Johnson County, they actually have 2 locations, but if you counted the number of windows they have versus we have, their physical space is just entirely set up different. Their number of employees are more. And so they can serve more people. And that's just the nature of a limitation that we have. But we did the same thing. We've gone over there, we've met with the staff, we've looked at their operation, borrow what we can, which is why we are moving to this system, this line management system.
Have you asked, not a director over there, not a management, just a regular employee, and said, hey, how's the morale here in this workplace? And just ask those, and I'd like to maybe sit down with, or if you could sit down with just a regular employee.
Yeah.
Not a management, and just say, hey, how's the morale? What can we do better to help this workplace be better, so we don't have so much of a turnover rate? Because there's something that's broken. We don't know what it is. I don't know. And let's make it better.
Absolutely. Well, that's the whole point of the study. It's the whole point of our analysis of how can we make it better. And we do talk to the employees. Part of the study was to talk to, we interviewed, or we didn't, the consultant did, interviewed all the employees. We do a training session that is department-wide on Columbus Day. And I attend that personally, and I asked, how's morale? How can we make your job better? How can we, and there are limitations. It's the nature of the work. It's constant. There's no pauses. You're just constantly moving through transactions. And some people love that kind of work and some people do not. But in terms of making sure they're treated fairly, treated with respect, and get the resources they need to be trained, like in de-escalation, you get an angry customer. Making sure they get those resources is a high priority to us because we understand the nature of the work is hard. And we also want them to enjoy their work. We all win from that. The citizens do, the UG does. There's no desire to have a bad work environment. And I will say, like I said, we've got some new supervisors. We're actually, we're in a transition period. And that's an important part of our search is to say, okay, how do you motivate? And one of the ways you do it is you acknowledge the work that they do.
Yeah.
And I do realize they find their way to me that we get complaints, but I also realize, and I think it's important you all know, we're doing 250,000 transactions a year with 26 employees. They should be commended for that. That's amazing.
You guys should have a liquor cabinet.
Well, fair enough. But to recognize them, not to say that every transaction goes smoothly. It does not. But also to help them have the tools so that they can talk to someone. If it doesn't go right, how come? If we can't do something, is it a state issue? Is it our issue? What's happening? And talking to people like people with the respect our citizens deserve too. So yeah, but it is a priority. It absolutely is. And we don't want to have bad morale. But it's, part of it is just acknowledging the good work that they do.
Yeah. Sometimes we just need to give out a hug. Some people just need a hug. But at the end of the day, hugs go a long way.
Fair enough.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment, having this Debbie Johns, your Deputy Chief Financial Officer, having overseen Treasury for quite a few years and gone through a lot of the changes and just different things we've tried. I will agree with Shelley. There is a training period when we bring on somebody new. As you said, you can't even access the state system until you can prove that they went through that training. It's usually about 3 months before they are on the line by themselves without assistance from a supervisor or someone else who's training. So it's there's quite a curve for learning that entire process. And then there are people who, obviously check the title work and everything behind them before it even kicks off to the state. So there's a lot. And I will just say we've tried, many things for morale. We have done, there's been, I think we tried retention pay for a couple of years. There were a bunch of different things that we tried. But I think we found that even though we added that in, it didn't seem to help with the turnover. I think like Shelley said, that it's just kind of a part of the job that they're doing. They're working with the public every day, and people are not always happy to come in and give us money. So,
So do you guys, part of your training, go as far as like, and I'm just asking, like how PD does when they're training, would they do role play scenarios? Is there a role play scenario of a disgruntled resident that's cussing and just kind of getting a little rambunctious? And you guys go as far as that, as far as their training? And
I don't know if we specifically had anything like that, but in the training that we mentioned where we do an all-day training on Columbus Day, because of the fact that the state is closed, their offices are closed. So we do use that day for training, but they have had different professionals come in and talk about different situations during some of their trainings.
mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you for the report. I recently went to the motor vehicle and I dreaded going, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. So, but one of the challenges was the microphone system isn't real good. So they can call a number 3 or 4 times and you really can't understand or hear what they're saying. And then there's so many different languages. We think of Spanish, but there were other people from other countries and parts of the world also that were there. So, and they seem to handle those pretty good, except maybe the explanation, meaning the people from different countries didn't know, okay, you got to go over here and sit and wait maybe an hour, maybe 3 hours. They don't know that. And so even when you get the text, which is great, it's much better than it was, you get the text, they'll say it'll be the next 30 minutes, might be the next hour, but at least you know you're coming eventually. And they put the number up, so that helps. And only thing I saw with the number thing, my number say was 4786, and I'm hopeful because we're at 4780, but then it switches over to 7279. I'm like, what happened? And so there's no explanation there. So I got up and asked, what happened? I'm here, but now the number's there. And they just said, well, you just have
Has
to
to
wait.
do with the slotting in the people that had appointments versus walk-ins under the current electronic line management system, and that'll be more smooth and more easily understood under the new system we're going to. It'll show you appointment numbers because we'll be able to segment those windows. Right now, it's all mixed together. And so you may have an appointment, and that's one numbering system, and you may have gotten a in queue or a walk-in number. So it's not the most easily understood. It's a fair thing, but that is, at least that is one thing that we'll be able to address. Plus, because we can segment the lines, those that are quicker transactions, we can segment off and hopefully reduce that wait. And if we do get support to do this additional fee and are able to hire some more people, then we're hoping that would allow us to serve people, because even though we only have so many windows, when there's turnover or there's someone on vacation or sick, we have windows not manned. So this would allow us to make sure that we have those human resources there. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Part of what you were mentioning about the language thing, something I've been working on And it may be a little difficult in this situation with the DMV since a lot of the forms are regulated by the state. Or the state forms, they're not forms by us. I've been working on, I presented it to the mayor. The mayor thought it was a good idea of having, it's called like a language access, looking at all of our public forms that we have, every public facing department, translating all their public facing forms in the top 3 languages spoken here in Wyandotte County. Now, again, that may be hard for the DMV. Again, those are state forms, but it doesn't hurt for us to reach out to Secretary Burghardt and his department and create those relationships and try to do the same thing, but at the state level of translating, because it's Wyandotte County, we're very diverse. We speak many languages in our community. And so if we can widen that language access any way we can, let's do it. Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments was received.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a comment.
There is a hand raised. Eva Garcia Mesa.
Thank you.
You can unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Eva Garcia Meza, Kansas City, Kansas. So I do have a couple of recommendations. I know some of these may be outside of local authority, so it might require some collaboration with state officials just to get something that they could pass. So currently, when new registrations happen, if that registration is happening before the renewal period so if it's less than a year before the renewal is going to come, and it's based off of last names, right? So personally, I was just in this situation this month, last week. So my registration comes for renewal in May. So because I'm renewing in July, it's not going to be a full year. So next time that I'm going to renew, instead of being able to renew online like you would in any renewal process, you have to go through the in-person process again. So if we could I don't know if that's something that is a decision that can be made at the local level or if that's state statute. If we could get that changed, that would be one way to lessen in-person transactions and open some more possibility for online renewal in those circumstances. Another suggestion would be multi-year registrations. That already exists in multiple states. Our neighbor Missouri already does 2 years. Again, I don't know if that's something that we could do with an ordinance locally or if that would require state intervention. But we wouldn't lose revenue from a fee perspective because those fees would just be collected upfront for the number of years that we're renewing. So we'd be still maintaining revenue, right? And lessening the number of transactions locally again. And then to the point of appointment availability, I mean, currently, and I just did a quick check right now. If you go to try to book an appointment at the location at the courthouse, that's 5 weeks out.
1 minute remaining.
If you're looking at the annex appointments, there's no available appointments. And if you're looking at Bonner Springs, that location doesn't even get listed. So even after securing an appointment, you get there at your appointment time. And in my personal experience, it was 40 minutes delayed from the start time. So had I been on a lunch break, I wouldn't have been able to complete the transaction. And then I'm right back at point A. So I would like to ask, in these situations where these timelines are so delayed to even get an appointment, is that being accounted for if a resident gets pulled over because of expired tags? Like, is there some kind of, I don't know. I just don't want people to get penalized for not being able to have tags that are current. And I recognize sometimes it's not that they took the time to set up the appointment, but for those that do have an appointment, I would hate to see them be penalized for something that is somewhat out of their hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Knieven, sorry.
It's okay. So a quick clarification, a difference between Missouri and Kansas. In Kansas, you're paying your personal property tax at the same time you're getting your license tax renewed. In Missouri, you pay that as like you do your real estate taxes. You pay that once a year. They're not done at the same time. So I believe the reason why Kansas has not gone to multi-year tags is because they would have to change the way that property taxes are paid on your vehicle. Right now, it's you get your license tags renewed and pay your property taxes based on that 12-month rolling calendar. And that is different in Missouri. You have to go get your tags renewed and you can opt to do two-year tags, but you're not paying your property taxes with your tags. You're doing that once a year. And to get your tags renewed, you have to show the receipt that you've paid your property tax. So it's just a little bit different in terms of how that's done, but it's something the state could look at. So I just wanted to share that. And then in terms of the appointments available, what the citizen is saying, what Eva is saying is absolutely right, that it books up. And that's why we're trying to recapture those appointments with the no-shows by doing, you have to confirm your appointment. That's something that we'll be implementing with this new system so that we can, because we have to plan on those people are coming. But if we could recapture those appointments, that'll help us. And then we also have walk-ins, that virtual line that you can call ahead, basically. So it's not, all appointments every day are not pre-scheduled. There's a certain number that are pre-scheduled, a certain number reserved for call ahead, and then a certain number for just true walk-in. And so we're trying to make improvements in that regard. You're always going to run into situations, unfortunately, where it might take a little bit longer than what your appointment time was. But again, these are all the efficiencies we're trying to look at. And as far as expired tags, the state is very good about sending those renewal notices in the mail to all of us well in advance. So you're not getting a renewal notice, a week before, even a month before. You're getting that renewal notice quite a bit before. And so you've got all that time in terms of getting into the DMV to do the work that you have to do in person based on the state rules. I do know, and I would encourage that if you've had an appointment or you have an appointment coming up, and for some reason you've got expired tags, have that printed off that shows I have an appointment coming up. And that might gain you some leniency in terms of enforcement. But it's, if your tags are expired, they need to be renewed. And so there's no guarantees that you wouldn't get a ticket, but just, showing that you're trying your very best would certainly go a long way there.
Thank you for that. I think the multi-year registration is a pretty good idea. We have our legislative agenda that we have with the state and our lobbyist. So there's definitely something we can add to that so that our lobbyists and our delegation can advocate for those changes in the state level. Are there any other final comments or questions? Seeing none,
Commissioner, if I can, I'm sorry, if I can, because it relates very directly to the budget proposal for the 27 budget. If there's any kind of guidance you could provide in terms of the fee and the interest in putting that fee in place, because it will very much shape our county general fund recommendations as well. If there's not a level of comfort to make a decision or recommend something right now, that's fine too. But if there was, that would be helpful.
okay. So coming back to the committee, getting guidance or providing guidance or thoughts to staff of implementing the full $10 fee to hire the 3 additional staff, do a space needs study, and then in general, make the DMV self-sufficient, which will free up general fund dollars. That's what the $10 fee will do. Does any member have thoughts or about that? Or want to provide any guidance to staff? Commissioner Kump.
Thank you, Chair. Come to at large. So if we implemented the full $10 fee, I mean, would that create a surplus in the operating budget of the motor vehicles department?
It would, a small surplus for 1 year, but then as the rate of inflation and salaries go up, then it will eventually be back to a deficit, not eventually, within 2 years, it'd be back to a deficit unless we get the state legislature through our lobbying efforts to put an automatic inflator on there, like the CPI or something like that, that it could be increased to keep up with the cost. But yes, it would be a small, I think the current subsidy is about $1,000,001. Adding in the 3 positions is 167. And the 60,000 for the space needs study, and you compare that to what the general fund subsidy is, which is about $1,000,000. The fee would be $1,000,004 based on projections. It ends up being an extra 100,000 or so, which we would set aside to help fund DMV. We wouldn't be just absorbing that in other places. But then the very next year, it's going to be that it doesn't raise enough money to cover the cost. So it's kind of it's a good step that the legislature did of trying to give us some capacity to make it self-sufficient, but we need them to adapt it a little bit more in order for it to evolve as the normal costs grow.
Thank you. I mean, I know we're just providing guidance and thought. I'd like to implement a fee as low as necessary on our citizens to fully fund the DMV and really nothing extra. That's just my opinion. I mean, our citizens pay a lot of money already for a lot of services.
Yes, I do.
But I don't know what that number would be.
We can calculate that.
Thank you.
And please know also, part of our lobbying legislative agenda from the last year was for the state to let us keep some of the money that they get. Instead, they gave us a tool to impose another fee. So, we will continue to lobby on that behalf, that we need to be able to, if they're going to require that it's done locally, then they need to provide the funding as well.
And thank you for that. And to that point, I had referenced back in a past meeting of an article that I had read of on all the receipts, there is a modernization fee that is paid on every transaction. And that fee is supposed to come back to the counties to help with the modernization of their DMV offices. But KDOR does not give that money, that fee back. And so that is also another thing we need to bring up to our delegation so that they can talk to the secretary's office, talk to the governor's office about it. If that fee is supposed to come back to the counties to modernize and to keep our offices up to date, KDOR should be paying that back to us. I believe it was in Sedgwick County where they talked about it, about how that fee was just not coming back to the counties that it was supposed to go to. It was intended to. So there are avenues past, if we were to raise the full 10, there are a couple other avenues we can still continue to debate or continue to advocate for so that the fee is not that big of an issue where we then can continue to raise funds in another way to completely fund our DMV. Are there any other thoughts or questions? Commissioner Hill.
Just on that fee part, we have, in my opinion, feed our constituents feel like they're already feed out. And it sounds great, sounds like an easy fix, but I don't know that it would go over well with our constituents. I just wish there was another way. And then when I hear conversations like what you just shared, like the state is supposed to do A, B, and C, but then they don't, then that worries me too. So if we take up this fee, and would this be automatically taken out and put into our general fund? Or would it go to the motor vehicle and then they send it back to, go to the state and then they send it back to us?
It would stay local, just
It
like
would stay local.
service fee does. And I'd be glad to do some more research. I think what's happened, because there's little bits and pieces of other fees we get to keep, about 200,000 a year. And I think maybe that term modernization fee is applied to a lot of different things. And we're required to use their system, so they are expending money to build out a statewide system. But I can bring more information back on that. I think from our staff point of view, unfortunately, our residents are paying for it one way or another. It costs money to offer the service that we're required to offer. And right now, we're using the county general fund to fund the majority of it, which is primarily your real estate taxes. And so they're already funding it. And I get that this would be more a transaction if you have a vehicle, but it's a more appropriate, like for the work that's being done, then you're charged a fee for that. So I do understand and can appreciate the concern of being feed to death. It's a fair point, but we did think about that and just sharing that.
I would like to maybe give some history to that fee also. In addition to that, the $5 fee, the county service fee that we do get to keep, the current fee that they're proposing is a transaction fee that is replacing what was called a facility fee. The facility fee originally started out when you opened up a second location for Department of Motor Vehicles, you could charge a $5 fee for anyone using that second location. Then they allowed you to charge it at every location. We were previously charging that fee for renewals only. Transactions that could be done online or dropped off where they didn't have to come in. If they chose to come in, we were charging it at both locations for that, but we were not charging it for title registrations or, the other specialty plate fees where they had to come in order to process their transaction. I believe the transaction fee now that will be implemented will be on all transactions. We won't be able to specifically say, we only want to charge renewals, or, we only want to charge if they go to the annex, or, something like that. It's going to be a per transaction fee. So it will be, and you have to notify the state in advance if you're going to start collecting, if you want to start collecting that fee in January. I believe we have to notify them by October. We also did some research on, because some of the other counties were already charging the $5 fee. And I think we got some information that I think 17 of the 105 counties were not charging the $5 fee, with us being one of them. Because you had the option to put it back into effect as of July 1. We chose not to do that. Because we had not started it in 2026. That's why it's going to come up for 2027.
I'm not sure what I'm getting ready to say makes any sense at all, but I'm gonna throw it out there. I think this is something the entire commission board needs to address. I think all of us need to have input versus just us. So, Mr. Chair, that's for your discretion, but I just throw it out there.
No, I agree with that, Commissioner Hill. I think that this is something that the whole commission should be getting guidance on. And I can work with Dr. Knieven and also the mayor and see if we can put this on a future agenda item on our full commission agenda so that we can, as a commission, as a full body, have that discussion. I do agree. This is a budget, it is a budget item and it has budget constraints or effects on the budget. And so I think the full commission needs to have full say as well. Commissioner Lopez.
Lopez District 6. What's our credit card surcharge fee at the DMV?
The credit card surcharge fee is actually, it's for the processing of,
No, I know that, but what is it? What's the percentage?
oh, it's 2%, 250, a flat fee.
Because we're really not even supposed to be charging that, but
I was gonna say it's a percentage, it's 2.5%.
okay.
And I'm sorry, what were you saying? We're not close.
Well, as a merchant,
Oh, we're really low that we negotiate.
what I'm saying is that, as a merchant, as a credit card user, merchant, according to my credit card machine, I'm not supposed to even charge that, a surcharge fee, but we just, you know, 2.54%.
Yeah.
Why don't we just raise that to a 5%?
So, the surcharges are.
And I understand how that works. I
Right, but
understand.
they're dollars we don't keep. They're dollars actually that go to the.
Right, to the merchant and
fees
to
for
the bank
processing
and
it,
all that, right.
So it's passed through. It's just a pass through. And I don't believe we have enabling legislation that would allow us to do that. This would allow us to.
Well, that's what I charge 5%. There's all the tow services around here. Anybody who charges service and somebody pays with a credit card, everybody's at 5%, if not 10%. But everybody I saw is 5%. We raised that to 5%.
And we can look at that and see what we're able to do as a public entity. We can look at that.
Yeah. And I've been doing my homework too. I see, I see the cities like Overland Park and Merriam, Shawnee. They run tight ships, tight ships, especially Overland Park. Overland Park runs a tight ship. We need to get on board and running a tight ship because things like this that we get into. But let's look at that, what it would be at 5% surcharge. That would help. So.
We'll explore that and bring that back.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. All right. Well, I think ultimately the decision for guidance, I'll speak with the mayor and work with Dr. Knieven, and we'll place this on a future agenda item for full commission for more discussion so that we can have more robust with our budget office and a full commission. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public. Oh, did I already do that? Thank you.
You did,
All right.
Commissioner. You just haven't closed the public hearing.
All right, the public hearing is closed since there are no further comments. This was for information only. I will make the request through the mayor's office for the other item. All right, thank you, guys. We are almost there, guys. I apologize. All right, next item is item number 4.5 is adoption of a resolution amending the grant application and acceptance policy. I will recognize
Leslie.
I'll recognize the Finance Department for presentation and remarks.
Leslie Stroshine, Deputy CFO, and I'll let you introduce yourself.
Lupe Valdivino, Grants Financial Administrator.
The grant policy, the majority of it that's in place now has been around since 2019. Shelley and I both started in 2024 and found that this policy was out there, but not really being enforced. And so we kind of rewrote it and cleaned it up, but the content stayed the same. There's a lot of pushback because of some of it's about the thresholds for the dollar amounts of where you have to get certain approvals. And then some of it is about the fact that we asked them to come prior to application and not just at acceptance. And those things have been visited by commissioners and standing committees in the past, and we have the current policy that was reviewed and updated last year. And then now the mayor's office has made some more changes to it, to the dollar threshold and to some of the wording and what allows her to fast track applications, because some grants have short windows of when we find out about it and when we need to apply for it, and they may not be able to get to the right meetings. So those are the two major changes in here. And it was presented to commission a couple of weeks ago and just asked to be sent back here for some further discussion. So if you guys have any questions or things that you'd like to change in it, or questions about history or how things work with the compliance of it, Loopy and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on the item of the proposed changes? Seeing none, all right. I will ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments were received.
Thank you. I will now ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a comment.
There are no hands raised.
All right, and is there anyone appearing in person who would like to address this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. All right, are there any other comments or questions? If not, I will entertain a motion for the proposed changes.
Move to approve.
Howard, second.
A motion by Kump and a second by Howard. Roll call.
Roll call. Lopez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Comp.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
All right, we are on our last item, and I apologize. Our last item is number 4.1. It is an adoption of a charter resolution exempting the unified government from the provisions of KSA 12-1222 and 12-1224, which relate to county library boards, enacting substitute and additional provisions, abolishing the existing Wyandotte County Library Board, recreating a new Wyandotte County Library Board, and repealing original charter resolution number CR 0199. I will recognize Jeff Conway, Senior Counsel, for presentation remarks, and I will also recognize that we have Chair Joe Kahar with the Wyandotte County Library, with the current but old Wyandotte County Library Board as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Conway, legal, and I'm aware of the hour, so I'm going to give you the briefest possible overview that I can give you without scrimping on any of the key information. So, and the other thing is, we weren't there when the last time this was revisited. So this version of the Wyandotte County Library Board was constituted in 1999. So I wasn't around. Many of you, I wasn't even born yet at that point, I don't think. Lots of laughter, isn't what duly noted. Okay. But I do want to point out just some basic things. And so the Wyandotte County Library Board, to some extent, is a misnomer. It's in many ways that which it is not, which is the Kansas City, Kansas Public Library, which also is the board that oversees that is the USD 500 board. So that library, you take that off the board because that's already an existing library. And the Bonner Springs Library was a pre-existing library. So you take those off of the map, and what's left is what's commonly known as the Pet District, Piper, Edwardsville, and Turner. And so that's the configuration that's been in place since 1999. The board that you all appoint sits as the Wyandotte County Library Board, but it's county-wide. So as a result, you have two members of that board that represent the Edwardsville area, two that represent Piper, two that represent Turner, one that represents Bonner, and four that represents the USD 500 KCK PL area. So as a result, people would say, well, if you're talking about the pet area, why are these other members of the board involved? And I think, I can't speak because I wasn't, again, around in 1999, but I think the idea was that the Wyandotte County Library Board spoke to the entire county library system, even though the pet area was the district that had levied the taxes. And those folks were most involved with, directly involved with how the library services were delivered to those three areas. So that's the basic overview. So what's happened recently? Well, Edwardsville, under their home rule powers, has decided to create their own library. Now, before they were kind of loosely brought under the Bonner umbrella, but they decided to have their own municipal library, and they put it together as a proposal within the new city municipal building in Edwardsville. So the library will be housed in that new building, and they decided to create the library as a department of the city. So Edwardsville will tax their citizens as part of the city taxes, and a piece of that would be the library. So they went ahead and passed that ordinance under their home rule powers, and then said to the library board, we would like to have you upfront some of those costs to help us to get the library up and running. And their initial ask was 1.2 million, and the board thought about it for a while, and they settled on an $800,000 payment. Now, the city extrapolated that number based on what was given to Turner a few years back to get that up and running, and then kind of figured in, I think, inflation and some other factors, and said that's what the 1.2 million was all about. It takes quite a bit of money to get a library up and running, the collection, the shelving, all of that type of thing. So even though there isn't a brick and mortar you can point to right now, there will be shortly. I think 2027 is when they plan to open up. And I'm sorry, I don't want to steal the chairman's thunder, but I'm going to try to do this quick overview, and then he can fill in as much as he'd like. So that was the prime factor in all of this, that Edwardsville decided to create their own. So that's going to mean that this configuration is going to have to change. And so that's what this resolution does, is dissolves the existing library board and recreates it as, for lack of a better term, the PT district. Before it was the PET, now it would be, on the effective date of this resolution, it would be the PT district. At that point, then the Piper area, the Turner area would have their representatives. Now, I wrote this up as an 11-member board as it exists now, but then confining the representatives to the Piper and Turner areas. Currently, Turner has an existing library that from, I think, a surplus building that was in conjunction with the rec, the Turner rec. So there's that model. For a while, Piper was thinking about their own building, and I think it was kind of folded into the bond election, and so it's gone on for a few years, and so that project is still in the works, but more like on the back burner. And Edwardsville just happened to put together their municipal model and brought it forth and asked for the funding, and that's where we're at. Now, at the same time, you got the budget cycles, and I did want to point out that the library board is the only board that you have appointed members to that Kansas law essentially, and this is through Attorney General's opinion, Kansas law says that whatever the library board sets as the mill levy for the taxes, that is what the commissioners are bound by. The board of commissioners is bound by. Now, in the past, there's been some talk about, well, why are we handcuffed that way? But it's a quirk of about 2 or 3 statutes and an attorney general opinion. So, but that's the state of the mill levy from the library board. Other boards, like SMID, things like that, they're recommended, but the Board of Commissioners can adjust that. Now, so that was decided in December that the library board would go ahead and forward this $800,000 to Edwardsville to get up and running. In the meantime, there was a legislation that was passed that has changed the face of the board. And it essentially says that any governing body of an appointed board in Kansas would have to have resident members on the board, or if there are any non-resident members, they would be non-voting members. That law kicked in July 1st. So as it stands right now, since it's after July 1st, that legislation rendered this board, this existing 11-member board, essentially 6 voting members and 5 non-voting members. And then overlaid on all of that is what do you do as an entity and to decide whether you have to, do you want to exceed revenue neutral rate or not? And it's the budget process, and that whole thing is unfolding as we speak. So one other piece was that Edwardsville said, in exchange for the $800,000 to upfront for the library, we will stay, for lack of a better term, in the pet district for the 2026 budget year. It was kind of an agreement. And so that's what has happened, and that's the case. And so the budget was calculated that way. They're in. The whole idea was to try to do it in such a way so that it was seamless, so that you didn't have a situation of a gap between when they weren't taxed and the start of the library, and you didn't want to have double taxation. So that was the whole idea. It didn't quite work out seamlessly, but that was what was agreed to, was they'd stay in for the 2026. So that means January 1st, well, it's really not. The mechanics of the situation are November 1st for the 2027 year. At that point, there's the new board. Edwardsville is out, and then you have the new board in November 1st would be the Piper Turner area. Okay, so that's the main highlights of all of that. And there is some talk, I don't think I'm talking out of school, that I think Commissioner Bynum had a suggestion on board is, and so I do have a version that has a 7-member board appointed by the mayor, the 2 at-larges, the 2 districts that are closely aligned with those 2 areas. And then I think a member of the Piper School, whoever they choose, the Piper School District and the Turner School District. So it's a 7-member variation of that. Otherwise, it's pretty close to the one that you see. All right, I hope I haven't confused. One thing I did want to mention was that the 11-member board is, of course, appointed by the Board of Commissioners, and you've got your districts, and you're well aware of your district lines. You overlay that on top of, the USD 500, the Turner, the Piper, Bonner, Edwardsville, et cetera, and those lines just don't correspond very neatly. And so that's caused some of the confusion over the years, but we're trying to work through that. So anyway, I hope I haven't belabored it.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Chair Kahar, do you have any words you would like to share?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, for having me here today. This is a suggestion that we came up with as a library board for the new charter resolution that Mr. Conway did a great job of expressing the needs and why this needs to be changed. There was the House Bill 2769, Edwardsville Home Ruling Out, establishing our own library, and a couple housekeeping ideas with the treasurer for the board. And so there is a need to clean some things up, and there is absolute need now to revise how this is comprised. So it's very complicated. We have state statutes. There's a lot of state statutes talking about libraries. Mr. Conway has gone through a lot of them, more than he'd probably like to see. We have the charter resolution, and then we have the individual city ordinances. And so this is very complicated. We have the city of Bonner Springs. We have the school district, District 500, KCKPL is their school board. And now we have Edwardsville that has their own library board. So we have 3 library boards in one county. And so all of these things are very confusing, how it works right now. And so this was merely the recommendation that we had as a board. Once we found out that we had a timeline, it was pretty compressed. And so we went through and we were like, okay, let's look at the current charter. Let's see what some things that we'd like to recommend as a board to kind of give some guidance. Obviously, it's up to everybody on this board of commission of what they want to do with it, if they want to approve it or amend it or whatever. And so the one thing that Mr. Conway's talking about, we did decide to recommend that 11-member board. That was an area that we talked about a lot. Should it be 5? Should it be 7? Should it be 11? And we came up with the 11 because we didn't know which commissioner would decide, I don't want to appoint somebody to the board. So it was kind of, we didn't know if anybody would say they wouldn't want to appoint somebody or not. So we thought maybe it'd be easier to recommend that. I believe that was the area kind of the most discussion of what it looked like. Mr. Conway did state that if you look at the district, the commissioners' maps in the overlay with the school districts and how that looks, Commissioner Lopez has most of Turner, but there's about 4 commissioners that touch Turner. So would he be the only one to appoint, or would they all want to appoint somebody to Turner? And then Piper has, I believe, Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Pacheco touch the Piper School District, and then you also have at-large commissioner. So there's those things to look at also. So those were things that we considered, we looked at. We didn't have a lot of time to discuss it. This is the first I heard of the school board member really being appointed as somebody on the board, but that's up to the commission of how they want this to look. If it's just going to be commissioner appointment only, what we decided is that they should now with House Bill 2769, they have to reside in that area. So it could be somebody from that school board from the Piper area. It could be somebody from the Turner area appointed to this board. Wouldn't necessarily have to be. It could be anybody that lives within those taxing boundaries. I believe the dates that Mr. Conway talked about of taking effect on November 1st, that's to line up with the taxation calendar. That was something else we talked about, but he's cleaned that up a little bit. If you have any questions for me or any of the with this ordinance or anything else with the Edwardsville Library, how that's going to work out, or the mill rates and the numbers and how much taxes are being collected, I have a lot of that information. This library board collects 4.959 mills to the residents of Turner, Piper, Edwardsville, small parts of KCK, and Lake of the Forest, or not Lake of the Forest, Lake Rivera. So if you have any questions, I'd stand for them.
Thank you, Chair Kahar. Are there any questions from the committee? Commissioner Lopez.
What's your, you start out with this 4.95 mils, is that correct?
It's 4.959 mils right now.
And how much is 1 mil? 1.2, is that what you're saying?
I believe, if I remember from memory, it is 1.2 million is 1 mil. Staff can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
But we're talking about the county mill, so that's gonna be higher. So I think about 2 million is 1 mill.
I
For the
I
county.
have a chart that from Mr. Lindsay, Reginald Lindsay, and this is 2026. So it's not, that's one of the most current ones I have. And so the, I have a chart that shows how much was collected in each of Piper, Turner, Edwardsville, and District 500, if that helps you.
Yeah.
Okay. So the amount of taxes levied out of the Piper area for 2026 was $1.8 million. Do you want the exact numbers? I can give them to you.
28.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of the Turner area, that's 1.3 million. And out of Edwardsville, it's 591,000.
Okay. Let me ask you this, how much is in the library board's reserve? How much is in the reserves? There's a lot of do-re-mi sitting in.
There should be 1.8, just over 1.8 million for 2026.
Altogether, though.
That's what our reserves would be, 1.8.
Nothing from last year, from 24, 23
That's the total.
total? 0.8 in reserves. That's in your reserves, but then you have, on top of that, 1.8, 1.3, and 593, right?
For how much money we're bringing in every year, plus the
Well,
reserves?
I mean, altogether right now, as we're sitting,
Well, we had expenditures because we do allocate funds to the library. So we did have in 2026, we had $4.4 million, or I'm sorry, $4.8 million in expenditures.
mhm. 4.8 million?
Yes, 4.8 million.
Or,
Well, to correct that, that's if you include the $800,000.
so now that would put you in the rears at 1.1.
I'm not sure we can do back of the envelope calculations because there's lots of moving parts. And so there's the allocations that go back and forth. That changes. This year, got, I think the KCKPL proposed budget is going to be less, and it's just simply because of the plan to demo the downtown and move it to another school and things of that sort.
Right. And so that was one of my other questions was Chief Billy Friend over the 7th Street Casino wants to buy that building. And I don't know why he didn't reach out to me, but apparently he should have reached out to the school district if they hadn't already. Sold it to him for above market value. They would have bought it. And then instead of using tax money to build somewhere, you guys should lower your mill levy way down and bring our taxes way down. Our property taxes are high. It's not us, it's the library board and pet district or the PT district, if you will. So, okay. And then why is the library board operating incorrectly? There's where's the treasury? How come we don't have a treasury on there? How come there's not one there at the meetings and one's not been appointed for how long now?
Commissioner.
That's concerning.
Right. First of all, we are bound by the statute. And so I shouldn't say, the library board is bound by the statute. The statute lays out exactly what the relationship is with respect to the finance department, how it's to play out. So whatever the charter resolution says, the statute says you can't charter out of that. So here's the game plan. You follow the statute. And so it's up to us to basically get our house in order, our bylaws, all of that stuff to align with the state statute.
Right, and the state statute says to have a treasury, right? I'm
No,
just asking.
it doesn't require a state treasurer. It basically says,
Well, not the state treasury, to appoint a treasury to the board.
no, the statute doesn't say that there must be a treasurer. I don't think so. I'd have to pull that up, but
Well, what good are the finances without a treasury? You know, I mean, we have neighborhood groups that have to have a treasury.
I can get you the state statute. I don't have it.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, we have neighborhood groups that have a treasury, which we, you know, they get like 1,500 a year, but we're talking millions without a treasury.
To interject here, the library board, they collect taxes. They still have to go through the clerk's office,
Understand.
certify the tax rate, work with our budget office to certify their budgets so that there is accountability. They're not just freely collecting money and expending it. They still have to go through the clerk's office, go through the CFO's office and budget office. And then in the end, their budget has to be certified with the state as well. And again, as Mr. Conway first mentioned, they're the only board that when they set their mill rate, it's permanent. We have no ability to change it. That's the only board. And again, it's by state statute. It's
No,
not
yeah,
by what
I understand that.
can
I
or
get
cannot
that.
change.
I get that. I understand that.
Commissioner Debbie Johnsher, Deputy CFO, I think I can maybe add, the Budget and Finance Office works with the library board. They make the decisions on their mill levy. However, the budget office provides them their forecast. We forecast their revenue projections based on the current mill levy or potentially what they are going to set as a mill levy. We do the filing of the state forms based on everything that the library board determines. So we are, I guess, operating as the what would be the treasurer for the library board.
Okay, and so.
Commissioner, I do have the language right here. It took me a while. I'm sorry, it took me a while to find it, but the legislature said, here's the rules. Here's the ground rules. So this is KSA 12-1226C. And it says, in Wyandotte County, the Director of Revenue of the Unified Government shall not pay over to the Treasurer of the Library Board monies collected for the maintenance of the library. The Director of Revenue shall maintain such monies in a separate library fund. Any interest attributable to the library monies shall be deposited in the library fund. All monies from gift grants, donations, or bequests to the library shall be deposited in the library fund. The Director of Revenue shall administer the library fund and shall pay out monies from the library fund upon approval of the library board and on orders signed by the chairperson and the treasurer of the library board or other authorized officers of the library board. So that says exactly how to do it. The chairman has been signing that stuff. It doesn't prevent them from having a treasurer for the library board, but it basically lays it out exactly how it unfolds.
And that's exactly what our county treasurer collects the property tax money and then distributes it. And the library portion goes to the library fund and it is included in our budget document. There is a fund statement for the library fund. And then we distribute the payments to the school districts as the board has directed.
Right, so, and then, so Turner, as of 2026, what, January, I think? Or is it the first quarter where you received from Turner 1.3 million? Then you're going to receive another 1.3 million again at the end of the year, right? Or is that just once a year?
Are you talking about the payment to
I'm just talking about taxes, property taxes.
taxes? We receive, we receive taxes in December and then again in May. And those are distributed. The main distributions are January, and then you have one in March. The main distribution for the May payments is in June, and then you also have a September and an October distribution.
So at the end of the year, are you going to receive more money from Turner on top of this 1.3 that you've received?
If there's someone in the district that is delinquent and makes a payment at the end of the year, yes, we could. If it's for the next year's taxes, once they set the levy in November and they get the payments from Turner, that will get distributed in January of 2027. So the last distribution of taxes in fiscal year 2026 would be October 31st.
So again, Piper paid 1.8, Turner paid 1.3, Edwardsville's paid 593. Is that on top of the 1.8 in reserves? It's on top.
That, I believe, is the revenue that they're receiving that comes into the library fund.
Right, I understand that. I'm just.
Yeah, the 1.8 million is, I think, the 2026 projection that the budget office did, that Reginald Lindsay did, projecting what their ending fund balance will be in 2026, and that's where the 1.8 million.
So what happens if Turner pulls out, just like Edwardsville does?
So the reason that Edwardsville was able to pull out was because we're our own municipality, and so there's home rule authority there, and Turner is in Kansas City, Kansas. So that's.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out why our residents are paying money to a library on top of our library.
So you do have the money that pays, and that is a good question. I would be concerned as a commissioner with the numbers that Turner does pay, because you are paying $1.3 million out of the Turner residents, but you do have your own library in Turner.
Exactly.
And the library in Turner is receiving $553,000 in the 2026 budget.
Right, and they don't pay rent there. It's rent-free there at that Turner Rec building.
The library, the Turner Library, is run by the Kansas City, Kansas School District, USD 500. So the payment, when the residents are charged the library mill levy, that's distributed to the library fund, and then it's allocated.
Why isn't the Turner School 202 not running our library in the Turner Rec building that the Turner School District owns?
I don't have that answer.
That would, why?
That might be a question for the school district.
That's, again, yeah, why are we, Turner property taxes are high because of things like this. And that's what I get back when I said we need to run a tight ship. And we haven't been running a tight ship for decades. We need to get a grasp. We need to crunch some numbers. We need to figure this out because to me, I'm sorry, but this stinks to high heaven. Yeah, this makes no sense. Why do we have a library that is owned by a different, well, I'm sorry, we're paying into a library that is in a different school district. That is doesn't make sense.
Commissioner Lopez, I share your frustration. The library board is something that needs to be looked at as a whole. That was a conversation that was had during agenda review that Mr. Conway did mention. He's like, as a whole, the library board needs to be looked at. Unfortunately, as Chairman Kahar said, they were under a very tight deadline to get something to us because of this new state law that was passed in July 1st. Because as of today, which is July 13th, our library board is out of compliance with state law.
Well, we do a lot of stuff that's out of state law and it's home rule. So
Well, here, this is a little bit different because the majority of Piper and Turner are not cities, they are communities, so they do not have home rule, and they reside within the city of KCK. So to move forward, we need to have the conversation of the library board as a whole.
Well,
But for tonight, I think we need to just continue to keep our focus on what's in front of us at the
right.
moment.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, here's another thing is, we unified. Now we're under some big unification. So now all of a sudden we're going to separate
Then-
on a side note. It's like having a side chick here.
Your comments are respectful.
I'm just saying
Let's make
that
sure
that
the
is very,
comments are
that is,
respectful.
that's the reality. That's the reality. And think about the reality here.
Well,
And
this isn't necessarily a.
I apologize, Commissioner Lopez, but for time, we understand your comments, we understand your frustrations, they're shared. But that is a bigger conversation we need to have at another time. We need to focus on what's been presented to us at the moment.
Well, I brought my sleeping bag. I don't care. I mean, here's the thing is at the end of the day, we are being overtaxed when we should not have to be overtaxed. At the end of the day. You can call it city, you can call it municipality, but we are unified. There's a bigger cloud here. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one quick question with the overall structure. It, just according to section 4 on page 2 of the charter resolution, it mentions about the members occupying positions 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8, and that's Piper. And then it says 3, 6, 9, 10, and 11, which is Turner. So basically it's Turner and Piper. And then, so that, I understand that the present library board is being dissolved, but that basically takes out District 4, District 2, District 1, and maybe District 8. I'm just thinking of districts that we all appointed someone to be on the library board, but now that that's been dissolved, these are the districts now that are no longer on the library board, only Piper and Turner. Is that correct?
Well, I'm sorry, but there's a difference between the positions, 2,
Okay.
4, and whatever, which is kind of the table. And those line up with particular districts. So there's a difference between position number and district number. So there's that. And yes, you hit it on the head that all of these positions, when the dust settles, they have to be residing somewhere in the Piper or Turner.
Got it.
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Cum.
Thank you, Chair. Come to at large, just a couple questions. I'll start with USD 500's library. How are those funded? Are they funded through a USD 500 library board, or are those taxes paid through the school board? And the school board levies that mill, and then a portion that's levied for the library is then applied to the library.
So the KCKPO Library Board is their school board. So when you pay your District 500 tax, it's added into that mill levy.
Might be two different.
Yeah, it's the same board and it could be a different line.
Right, and I appreciate, and I knew the answer when I asked. I'm just illustrating that they pay that mill for their library. It may or may not be broken out in their bill, but they're also being taxed for their libraries in that district. Whereas in this district, that's exactly what's happening. That's what we're talking about. Piper and Turner, they are taxed under this library board for their libraries. So everybody in the county, or everybody in the city, excuse me, is paying mill levies for their libraries. It just may appear differently on their tax bill or come from different entities. So I don't want there to be a misconception that only one portion of the city is taxed for their library and the other portion's not. In USD 500, it's just collected by the school board. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, the thing about it is Piper and Turner technically, well, Piper doesn't have its own library.
Right.
But they're paying to use library services from the other libraries in Wyandotte County.
Okay, thank you. My next question, it's going to be quick. Just it can be a quick yes or no. I'm going to run through the list of commission districts, and you just tell me yes or no. Does that district have any area within the PT library board?
I would have to pull up a map.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll start with the easy ones. District 7 and District 6. District 7, obviously Bonner, Edwardsville, and a little bit of Piper, and District 6, Turner. Those commissioners have constituents within the PT board. District 5, which is Piper, they have constituents within this PT board. I did a quick check on my phone. You can double check me. I don't believe District 8 does. District 3 does have a bit in 202. So District 3's commissioner does have constituents in this PT board. A little bit, but there's a piece. So I'm illustrating this because in my mind, I think the commissioners whose constituents are paying this taxes should be the ones who are making the appointments to the board. I understand we have an 11-person board. I did some quick scribbles. If we do 5, 6, 7, which is Turner, Bonner, Edwardsville, Piper, District 3, which has a portion that's mainly Argentine, but has a portion in 202, and then District 1 and District 2 at large. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members, and the mayor appoints a 7th member who lives in that district. In my mind, I think that's the most equitable because that encompasses the people who are actually directly impacted by this board. That way, the commissioners who are representing people who pay this taxes are the ones making the appointments. That's just my opinion. I'm just one of the commissioners. Obviously, as 2 at large, most of my district is in this PT district, so I think that's equitable. So I just wanted to illustrate that, kind of food for thought for my fellow commissioners. Obviously, we can make a recommendation on the ordinance one way or the other to present the full commission. I understand we have a time constraint, which is part of the reason why. And we talked earlier today as well. So I fully understand that's why the 11-member board was brought forward. We don't want to present something that a bunch of commissioners don't agree with and it gets rejected. Then what happens because we're on the clock? But I just wanted to float that out here and make that point. Otherwise, I appreciate the work you guys are doing. I know that this is not easy. I've gotten a kind of a quick deep dive into the library board from my appointee who happens to be here. Thank you, Karen, for being here. Really a deep dive into the statutes at state level and our charter that impact this. And there's a lot of moving parts. So I appreciate the complexity here and what you've presented to us. I just wanted to, posit to the group. I think commissioners who directly have voters who pay this taxes should be the ones who make the appointments. And with that, I know we've been here all night at this point, so I will limit my comments, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Kump. I agree with that as well, that the members who serve on the PT board or the library board, however we want to call it, those appointments should be from only those commissioners where their district has a portion or a part or all of that the Piper and Turner. I do have now after redistricting, I did take up little parts of Turner now. Not a lot, but still some parts. And as Commissioner Kump said, those are still residents who are Turner who are paying that tax. So I should have the ability to appoint someone from Turner to represent them on that board. So my thought process with that, and legal, you can help me if if it's possible. If we can bring forward two options, recommend two options, the one that has been presented by the library board and Mr. Conway, and then the other option of what Commissioner Kump, Commissioner Kump proposed, so that the commission has more of a broad options than just one. And I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, if that is, if that's a good way to go about it. If that's, if you agree, if Commissioner Kump's proposed solution is what the board was trying to hopefully get to.
So, yes, Mr. Chair, we had those time constraints and we were looking at those. I do want to say that the board did approve the 11-member board. But if I personally were making a recommendation of an amendment, that's where I'd be looking.
Okay. So if we can legal, when we bring this forward to the commission, having those two recommendations, we can say we have those two recommendations or two options. I don't know how we would want to word it so we can move it forward with those two options so that the commission, and of course, to know for the public that does not constrain the commission to just those two options. If another third option comes up during discussion, that can happen too. But these are two options that we're bringing forward. So I would like guidance from legal of how, when we make the motion, how that motion should be worded.
Sure. Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. And Jeff, if I word this wrong, please correct me. I would say that whoever makes the motion, move that two options of a charter resolution are brought forward. Option A would be the resolution as submitted. And option B would be the resolution as submitted with the change that the board would consist of 7 members who would be appointed by the commissioners in the districts whose members touch the school districts affected, which are Piper and Turner, as well as the 2 at-large commissioners. And if you want to cheat, whoever makes that motion, say, so moved. I think that works.
We will have public comment in a moment. I just wanted to make sure we got wording for a motion out there. And that will include the mayor as well.
As well as the mayor.
So could I ask a question to clarify, Commissioner Kump, then? If we look at that and just happen to see that there are districts that just don't touch, you want them excluded, whether that results in 7 or 8 or?
Well, we obviously would need an odd number.
Okay.
So if we do that and it comes back that we end up on an even number, we're going to have further discussion as to maybe the mayor makes 2 appointments or something, you know, maybe there's no appointment by the mayor, just something that we have an odd number to break a tie at the library board.
So maybe the option B would be the same language as presented, except for a board consisting of appointments by the commissioners whose districts overlay with the affected school districts of Piper and Turner, including an appointment by the mayor with a tiebreaker chosen by the at-large currently serving as pro tem or something like that. I mean, we could just say with a tiebreaker chosen as needed.
Yeah, I think that we can have more discussion. I'm going to cheat and just say so moved. I know Commissioner Lopez still has a question, but I wanted to make sure I got the motion on the books before we moved on.
So the motion is on the books, but we still, just as a reminder to the committee, we still need to open public comment. So I will go to Commissioner Lopez for your question.
Yeah, Mr. Library Board Chair, at the end of the day, in your opinion, let me ask you this. However you want to, our tax money is coming out of our pocket, whether it's going here, but it's still coming out. Is Turner being overtaxed, or are they being double taxed for the library? in your opinion?
I wouldn't say it's a
At the end of the day,
double tax. I would say that I would have a lot of concerns as a Turner resident if I'm paying $1.3 million every year, and then I have a library in my own community that I'm only getting funded of $553,000. When we are looking at taxes and places to make cuts and things like that, the reason Edwardsville did decide to create their own library is because we saw inefficiencies in this tax. And my county, my city administrator told me that we're paying $600,000 a year in taxes and we can run our own library for $250,000 once it's up and running. That's why we decided to make our own library. Now, as a city, that's why we did that. Since we're in Edwardsville and we could do that, that's why we decided that we wanted our own library. Our citizens have somewhere that they can go that's very close in their neighborhood. This library is situated between a mobile home park and an elderly high rise. So it's a great spot for our community. So we won't have to travel to another community to use it, and we can do it more efficiently. So if that answers your question, that's why Edwardsville did go the route that they did.
right? I was seeing the same thing. That's why I was bringing that to the attention. Let's say in the district, in a different district that's actually in the USD 500's district, right in the middle of it. Are they being double taxed for the library?
I don't believe anybody's being double taxed from this that I see. I guess maybe what you're asking is,
because I mean,
the reason there's extra money in there, why it's extra, is because we are allocating funds to KCKPL also, who's giving library services to everybody in the community. And so there is extra money that goes towards the allocation for KCKPL because
Right.
the residents of Turner use that also. But just like Bonner Springs, they get allocations from this library board and they don't pay any money into it also, but the residents of Wyandotte County use the Bonner Springs Library also. So
right.
there's allocations for the services.
Well, what I'm saying is the Turner residents are being taxed through through 202 and also being taxed through 500 versus the library board.
So
because it's at the in the rec centers.
So the rec center is a tax, but the rec center doesn't fund the library.
Exactly, I know.
And so it's not, I wouldn't say that would be a double taxation.
Would also like to say theoretically that once Edwardsville is up and running as a library, they would go from the old version of being a recipient of library services to potentially being a provider of library services in the county.
Thank you. And to reiterate, those are questions that, yes, need to be answered. But again, we need to have a board in place to go through those issues. And that's what's the issue at hand tonight. Again, that's a larger conversation that we need to have at another day, but tonight we need to have a board in place to handle those conversations because we don't have that authority. That's with the library board. But I'm going to open public comment because we have some members who are wanting to speak. I'll ask the clerk if any comments were received from the public.
No comments were received.
Thank you. I'll now ask the clerk if anyone online from the public wishes to make a comment.
There is a hand raised. Eva Garcia Mesa.
Ms. Garcia Meza, you may go.
Eva Garcia Meza, Kansas City, Kansas. So my only comment is really that we really have to be careful if we're going to start mixing taxing entities together. I know the Turner part, it gets a little confusing, but if we look at TRC, how it exists within the school district, if you look at how they do their taxing, so a portion of TRC already goes back to the school district. So I'm a little weary to add a school board component to the library board because not necessarily that they will use those funds directly, but indirectly it is possible for the school board to present programs forward that then would be funded through library funds. So I would just caution if you guys are considering the idea of putting a school board representation on the library board. I don't necessarily think that's a great idea because, as we all know, school boards already have probably the highest portion of our property tax bill as a whole. And I would second the idea of what Commissioner at Large too presented as a really good way to define the library board with the representation of the commissioners that exist within each school district, and then any additional tiebreaker mechanism that could be put on there. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Are there any other hands raised?
There are no other hands.
Thank you. Is there anyone appearing in person who would like to address this item? If so, please approach the podium and state your name and city of residence for the record. You'll be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments.
Good evening, everyone. How are you all doing? My name is Corey Hall, Kansas City, Kansas, and I had the honor of serving on the library board for the last 6 years before my removal as a result of the recent changes required by the Kansas law. And I must point out that House Bill 2769 was authored by the chair's wife, who is a House district member and currently the mayor of Edwardsville. And when that law came into play, I think there was a lot of things that were not thought through. I'm here today to advocate for fairness and equitable representation, as you mentioned, Commissioner Klump. I appreciate that. For all the unified government citizens, as their new charter is developed, equity is key. Our libraries are funded by 2 different districts, as you all have just pointed out, and I want everybody to understand that there are funds that come from USD 500 and funds that come from PET, now PT, that are then put all together to be used in the libraries. However, every resident receives access to these same library services, programs, resources, amenities. Currently, the taxpayers of USD 500, Commissioner Kump, I want to point out, they pay a higher mill rate levy. Currently, we pay 11% mill rate levy compared to the 4.95 that I think was mentioned earlier. But everybody in all communities receive the same services, no ifs, ands, buts about it. By removing representation from the from this board, from the USD 500 district, I think an important perspective was lost because, like I said, monies come together and then the libraries use them. You can actually make reference. I would encourage all of you all to actually go and spend some time with the director of the Kansas City Kansas Public Libraries, so you can see how it works. They take all the money, put it together. There are
1 minute
bills.
remaining.
Say that again?
1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. There are bills that are paid out of that lump sum for all of the libraries, right? Like our Hoopla, which are your online books and things like that. It's not saying that PT pays some here and then USD 500 pays some here. That one bill is paid by everybody. So therefore, I respectfully request that consideration be given to creating a structure where both boards work together. So I love your idea, but maybe there should be a piece added in there where the 2 boards actually talk and figure out how to problem solve together and figure out how much money we're all paying equitable in this process. Our libraries are community assets that serve every citizen, and they're funded. These funded libraries should reflect those principles of fairness, shared responsibility, and equal representation. So I just encourage you to somehow, if we got to redo this charter, let's make them all work together in a fair perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Karen Shivey, Kansas City, Kansas. So I do agree with what Corey's saying. I do think some of that input does come from the directors of the different libraries that do attend our meetings. And I, as a board member, take to heart the recommendations of those directors. I do understand that, sorry, KCKPL does provide services to Turner. that when you hear 560 and there's 1.7, I mean, yes, there are things that need to be paid to KCKPL that are provided to Turner. Those things can be discussed as we move forward with this. I do like the idea of Commissioners 5, 6, 7, 3, 1, 2, and the mayor. I think that probably should be something like that said within the motion to make that clearer. I mean, if we're looking at specific commissioner districts, I think it would be nice that that was in the motion. I'm also going to throw out, and I know this is something that hasn't been discussed, but I'm not sure that because USD 500 participants on the board are not voting members on the tax, that they cannot have a position to give input on the board. I'm just throwing that out there. Just because you can't vote on the tax doesn't mean you don't have a voice. Just throwing that out there as an idea. The only other thing I'm going to add is I'm going to reiterate 12-1226 that Mr. Conway read, sorry. The last sentence that basically does say the fund shall pay out monies from the library fund upon approval of the library board and on orders signed by the chairperson and the treasurer of the library board or other authorized officers of the library board. That's where the treasurer conversation comes from. I think it is responsible.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I think it's responsible to our taxpayers that at every board meeting, there should be a treasurer report. How much is in that account? And we move from there at every single meeting. That's just my 2 cents on that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any community members in the gallery? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any final questions or thoughts? We have a motion on the floor. If legal, we can recite that motion for our memory.
Sure.
To the best of your ability.
The motion would be motion to approve as option A, the resolution as submitted, and also put forward an option B, which would be the resolution as submitted with the change that the board would be constituted by the members chosen by the commissioners whose districts overlay the school districts affected, which would be the Piper School District and the Turner School District, as well as the mayor.
So moved. Oh, yep, sorry. Commissioner Kump moved. I will need a second. We're moving both. We're moving both options. So that the motion is on the floor. I will just need a second.
A second.
Thank you. So the motion by Commissioner Kump, sorry. I am tired. I put Commissioner Hill and both together. It's late. Motion by Commissioner Kump and moved by Commissioner Hill. Roll call.
Roll call. Lopez,
No.
Hill,
Aye.
Howard,
No.
Comp,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 3-2. The motion fails.
Okay. So we need either a motion to move this forward with no recommendation. Because unfortunately, I do not want this to die tonight. It cannot die in committee. We are, again, stating we are out of compliance with state law at the moment. So some action needs to happen. Either that means we move this item with no recommendation and allow the full board for broader discussion.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure it's strictly out of compliance because the state statute would control. And it just basically says if you don't reside in that district, then you're rendered a non-voting member. So they could continue forward as this kind of odd 6-member voting and 5-member non-voting. For,
I think what's at issue is the 6. For voting thresholds, as the commission, there's 11 of us. It needs to be an odd number for voting thresholds for tiebreakers. I think that's the issue at the hand. Commissioner Lopez.
I'd like to make the motion to move it forward with no recommendation.
Second.
All right, there is a motion to move it forward with no recommendation. Motion by Commissioner Lopez, second by Commissioner Kump. Roll call.
Roll call. Lopez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Howard,
No.
Howard,
Said no.
Kump,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 4-1. The motion carries.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair Kahar and Mr. Conway. I just want to briefly apologize to the committee for our lengthy agenda tonight. I tried my best during agenda review to cut it. It was hard to with some deadlines with budget-wise with the grant policy and some grants applications that we had. I will make sure for the remainder of this year and next year that we will not have a committee this long ever again. So I apologize. That concludes our meeting this evening. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Motion by Commissioner Kump, second by
Howard, so moved.
Been moved and seconded.
roll call.
Roll call. Lopez,
Aye.
Hill, Howard,
Aye.
Kump,
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Hmm.